This is a personal massager.
Radio signal from another world. Sir?
This man is not a hero, he's a criminal.
Hello, sirs and madams. Good evening. It's your buddy Admiral Teag. I'm here with my friend Sean, and we got Resolute Germ in the house. JT is on the way. I don't know if that pesky Michigan internet went down again, and I'd like to say hi to everybody out there. Tweet out that we're live. I got the show set up late. I spent the entire day working on a definitive story of this episode, only to find out that it's so incohesive that I missed about 5 minutes of it, and it absolutely has no effect on my assessment of the story or the story analysis. I'm up to speed now, and let me tell you, we found a way to keep this from being the worst Star Trek story ever. We made it a two-parter, so it's not accessible. It's an incomplete. It can't be the worst until next week. We stopped the free fall. Sean, Germ, this is historic.
Yeah.
There's JT Kirk.
They managed to break the chain of not being as bad as the one before, but unfortunately, that doesn't say much.
It was kind of like the way the French go to war. They declared war on themselves and they had to win, right? It was like, if we have a two-parter, it can't be the worst story ever because it won't be finished till next week.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm ready to go. And just so everyone knows here, I'm gonna make myself big. I'm ready. I've got the Captain Ake vintage barefoot Cabernet. I'm ready to go. Fuck it. Just do this.
Oh, 2309.
Yeah.
Very nice choice.
The finest vintage.
I love Cabernet. That's why I go to church 3 times on Sunday. You know, another drink of Cabernet, free, sirs. It was possibly the most horrible hour of television I've watched in my life. But since the story's not finished, we can't call it worse than last week yet. Although I would say this was falling so fast that we would have to have one of the most historic, monumental, spoken about turnarounds for this story to back its way out or pull off or veer out of its death spiral, whatever analogy you want to use. Hello, Susan Adams. It should pull out right now. Do me a favor, sirs and madams, hit the like and follow. If you're coming through later, we can use your like and follows too, as many as we could get. It's extremely helpful. And I don't know if the hype thing works until we become video on demand, but certainly you should try that because I've got a bad hype habit. I've been smoking it behind the shuttlecraft. No one can see. We don't have, like every Starfleet ship, we don't have security cameras. How many episodes of Star Trek would there be if ships had 2 warp cores and security cameras? There would be no show at all.
Or speakers. You wouldn't need a sonic weapon if you just had speakers.
We have more
You
sound
need a
in
righteous
space this
sound
week.
system. Yeah, you need like some tweeters. You need a good mid range in the hallways, and then your bass you tend to put in the crew quarters because then it can vibrate through stuff a little bit better. But
Yeah,
we can do
folks,
sound engineering later.
We have more sonic weapons. It's not just sonic sonar; it's sonic weapons.
Yes.
In space.
Exactly.
If you get a good enough sound system here in Detroit, I guess you could consider it that. But
I don't know where these ideas come from. Is it like the old thing like is it from the Clash? Like, hey man, you can't like pump reggae unless you got a fine sound system. I mean, in a week where America had to endure a lackluster, non-impactful, hard to understand, and now apparently profane behind our backs Bad Buddy Super Bowl show, we go crashing sideways into another piece of pop culture that is nowhere near as notable as the Super Bowl, but we have for you, ladies and gentlemen, this week's Starfleet Academy. It involves the return of the son of the man who banished Pete Rose from baseball. And this episode is, again, a little more of what I've been calling Pete Rose's revenge. I think that Pete Rose's evil MLB Sith ghost is running around betting against Paul Giamatti, whose father, Bart Giamatti, kicked him out of baseball. And again, like, this man's career has gone sideways since he got his Academy Award. And as far as Admiral Aki or Captain Aki, whatever the hell her name is, she's going to get together. And like, I guess most of this episode is doubled. I had an easier time understanding her. I've noticed in this episode, when her back is to the camera, it's fairly easy to understand her. It's when she's looking right at it, and it just falls apart.
There was a line where she almost lost her dentures, and they can only do everything in one take, so it just sounds very bad. I mean, very bad.
There were more than a few times. There was more than a few times where we couldn't understand Captain Aki. Captain Aki was absolutely incomprehensible. She was absolutely this mush-mouthed moron, but like an idiot, and there's nothing to be said for the casting choice. It was Holly Hunter. I did some Googling. I don't know if this makes her an unsympathetic character or a sympathetic character, or it makes me a big meanie, but it turns out that this is the deal. In interviews from the 1990s, Holly Hunter was described as a chain smoker. So the Captain Aki denture thing is something that I found out. I quit just in time to save most of my teeth, but if you smoke, it'll rot out like your teeth, and you can't get regular implants. You have to get like the kind that George Washington had. So I don't know if someone's got splinters in their manliness or in their femininity, but Holly Hunter, she begotten wooden teeth, and we're talking it like really state of the 19th century dentures. They're slipping out, they're falling. We hear verbal glitching a lot, and there's one time where she's like, "Talk to me, number one." And they just leave it like that. Did anyone else catch that particular?
Everything must be done in one take. That's their rule.
When she's filmed from behind or doubled, it seems like she was in a studio and she's like, "Bring the weapons online and fire everything we have." And she cannot speak fast or her teeth just fly out. All right. So, JT, do you have your usual wonderful notes for this episode?
Yes. It rounded out to a full 7 pages. So we're down a page and a half from last week, but fear not, folks. That doesn't mean that this is a better episode than the last one.
No, it doesn't. Also, it means that, the one thing that's still true is where Alex Kurtzman is taking you, you don't need eyes.
You don't need ears or a brain either. But I also did some research on this so-called starship of theirs. You folks are going to love it. You folks are going to love it.
Blaring music at the beginning of the episode of horrible. It was supposed to be like somewhat like contemporary music and soothing, but it was anything but.
Well, would
Um,
you like the skinny on it?
Go for it. Somebody's
Okay,
kid wrote it.
so well, so instead of doing the whiteboard markers this week, they open up to this song that the Admiral's talking about. And the opening lyrics are, "I'm trying to fly a UFO. Don't
My
do this
sexy
often."
UFO.
Yeah, it's a song entitled UFO, and we think that means unidentified flying object. It could mean unable to find oratory because the lyrics suck, but whatever. And it's it's performed, I'll just say that, by Olivia Dean. The primary music video for this is 3 years old, only 633,000 views, which for music is terrible on YouTube. 6.7 thousand likes. So, 1% click through rate on that. And there's 770,000 subs for this channel. So not even everybody that subbed to it watched the video once. And the video got tens of views from all the fans this week. So what the heck is this song? It's obscure. It's small. It's someone on stage.
Olivia Reed?
Olivia Dean.
Olivia Dean. I knew it was
Yes.
some kind of male first name retest and that's why she got the job, because she had like a unisex name.
Performed by a female of color. So 2 bonuses right there.
Female of color did save a lot of that money, like on guitar lessons. It was really poorly performed. This was no Stacy Chapman. I play guitar. I play bass. I understand music. I've recorded music. This was low effort, poorly conceived riff, and extremely, extremely boring. One of
the mumble singer. She's a mumble singer from 2023.
It's kind of like, my sexy UFO. And that's our song. And while this is going on, Man Hathaway and main character are having sexy time, and like.
Oh yeah, we see grinding, folks. We
Not
see
to that music. You're not with.
That's when we see them holding
No way.
hands to the oversaturated light, and the male nudity is like 5 times more revelatory than the
Admiral
female
Teag,
nudity.
incoming super chat.
Oh wow! Hey, thank you very much for the real head case. Cool avatar. Thank you. You know what? It's part of the new style of videos we've been putting out, or I've been ladies and sirs and madams, I've really been out lately. What can I say? What we do now is to turn around the video as quickly as possible, because the new Trek video review will be dropping tomorrow. I found a couple of ways to use basically AI art and AI avatar. This is basically, I screenshot my own reading of the video, and I just turned it into Marvel Comics. So thanks. I'm glad you like it.
Well, a lot
of
hand done. I mean, you might have a little bit of AI embellishment, but this was a culmination of 30 years of graphic design and illustration practice.
35.
35
years. Well, the one thing that I had to do is keep at it, because when I did the only formal education of my entire life at art school, when I learned how to do art on computer in DOS as a graphic designer, you know what? I didn't stop to think over using what it translates very well to modern stuff.
I learned in Fortran, so you got me.
I made a sign for a bunch of leaning centers, and they're great. I you know what, sir? F you. I am a great and mighty genius of graphic art. But thank you so much. We I do have a video today for you guys. It's actually grinding out now, finishing itself up as it renders, because I was a little behind. I worked most of the day on this one, and we'll see what happens with this one. With new Trek, you never know. Last week the video went like what's the term when it goes viral? Small within your niche, but like it's pretty hot within your niche. Is that called nano viral?
I thought that was just called HIV.
Sir. Okay.
Too soon? You've been live for more than 5 minutes, so
That's true. Get out of my chair, Charm.
matter. Nobody cares.
You got to give him full volume.
Yeah.
Like I turn it down for the transporter because the transporter is too damn loud. I might have to re-record some of the sounds.
just tone it down. Yeah.
Oh, the transporter is really loud. I have to grind that all the way down to 30.
Admiral, so, we were talking about that opening scene with the sexy times. Now, for those of you who haven't seen it, we do get a little bit of a nude scene, and I have a screenshot.
We see side boob.
I have a screenshot of Zoe Steiner.
When Steiner's attack gets here, everything will be fine, gentlemen.
And here she
is.
is.
I've been moving my.
That might be a little generous.
The Steiner is the general from that one movie about another chancellor that everybody knows about.
Uptick. It's called Uptick. It's about a guy who wanted to be an architect. I think it might be a horror movie. He has some ideas, and if only his friends had listened to him, who knows where it would have gone. But at the end of this, when we join him in this movie, everything is just falling apart because no one trusts him. No, they just will not back him up. And I don't know. I felt bad for the main character in there, Schickelgruber or something like that. Good movie.
Well, no, I was talking about the bunker scene with the maps and the chancellor in there. He takes his glasses off and his hands are trembling. And they mention Steiner twice.
You're talking
So
about
there's a lot of yelling.
Downfall.
Yes.
Steiner.
I have seen that memed so many times.
We need to make a Starfleet Academy version of that scene.
Well, I guess I should tell you guys that's tomorrow's video.
Oh, really?
Tomorrow's video does include the map room scene.
Oh, I want to see it.
Yes, it does include the map room scene. And what can I say?
You should release that early to members. Give it like a day.
I tried doing that, and they sort of punish you a little bit.
Oh, really?
For it. Yeah, the member views don't show up
on
as views
par for
that
the
you
course
get.
with the cadets in Starfleet Academy. They love punishment.
Because and they love being punished by a big, fat, out of shape, non-military woman who has absolutely no military bearing.
Let's get to that.
JT, take over and start this plot synopsis of this.
Okay.
Nightmare.
So this week, folks, we are not doing a character story. We are instead doing a Love Conquers All story somehow.
Oops.
You will see negligence, criminal negligence, dereliction of duty, and just plain stupidity put us in a location where we should have never even been to launch this entire story. It kind of feels like The Last Jedi or Rise of Skywalker level dumb. Let's see, a bunch of fighting, some kidnapping, some really bad lines, some non-consensual mental telepathy communications, and by the way, the only thing that it costs the Federation to get 5 cadets back is not giving dilithium to an entire system of people, so that way a bad guy can keep grenading on them. Of course, things go south.
And 30,000 bars of latinum.
And 30,000 bars. Yep.
I got to for that one.
Sean, to be fair, I'm going to scam him back. He didn't ask for gold pressed latinum.
Well, that's
so I'm
true.
going to give him like plastic pressed latinum.
Hey.
And then, joke will be on him. After this.
I'm sorry. I want to say hi to Lemon Pie. Lemon Pie. I haven't
Hello,
seen Lemon Pie in a while.
They've been back around lately. It's been good to see Lemon coming around and hanging out and having fun.
Yeah, I saw Lemon. I said hi to Lemon in a stream yesterday. I saw him somewhere. I saw him somewhere. And I said hello. So hi again.
Hail. A bunch of fighting, and this happened. Admiral Teague's favorite line with JJ Trek and Kurtzman Trek. And this happened, and then this happened, and then this happened. You get to the end of the episode.
Did you see it?
Yeah. Sneak peek. This looks great. And actually better comic book work than what's in the show.
I'm getting the comic book in the show sucks. And what's terrible is I'm fairly sure that's a real world comic book that they put out about the USS Miyazaki or whatever it is. It's there we go. There's Steiner. But it is absolutely awful.
The Adidas jacket.
And the Sabbath shirt. We don't get a really good look at the comic, but when we get like a quick look, there's a reason they only show it to us briefly. It looks like shit. It looks like shit. It's very poorly made. It's very poorly created.
The comic.
And folks, then at the end, the world's most profane and vulgar episode of Star Trek even made me blush. And you know how blue we can get on this channel sometimes, folks, when we get angry at this stupid thing. So I actually have an entire page, Admiral, of all of the offensive lines that Paul Giamatti was forced to recite.
Yeah, by the way, when you said make a supercut of all his cursing, I realized that's like 40% of the episode. Like I would still be in the first 6 or 7 seconds.
I didn't realize
they
it.
spend their entire lives in ball clenching, sphincter puckering. Yeah. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, you piece of shit?
It's an entire page of Times New Roman size 12 double spaced. Like, yeah, it's just blasting out one profanity after another, talking about stuff bordering on BDSM, just one stupid. It is deeply idiotic.
I want to see a supercut when the Klingonite talks about the guys eating a Klingon's asshole. I want to see Gaten like peek around the corner and like, huh?
This is why I don't.
Yeah, they talk about someone eating an asshole.
Yes.
They talk about, well, let's be clear.
I have the direct quote.
Let's be clear. They can do things on TV that they can't do here. So we have to say it carefully. He ate the whole Klingon, even the asshole.
Yeah.
There's
so he got the around the world package.
At the end, the episode just ends and Starfleet vows revenge. Ooh. Very Star Trek. All of Starfleet now has a mission of revenge.
By the way,
they almost seem like Klingons.
For context, they like have an imitation of what could be construed as a halfway normal idea here, and that is we go to a ship graveyard to work on trashed out ships to find out how ships can be repaired, which almost makes sense. In their ship graveyard, which is almost like just right out of the computer rendering for Star Trek Into Darkness, the darkest, goopiest section of space filled with garbage, but only one ship in their ship graveyard. They don't say that this is the site of a wreck or this is holy ground because we lost our comrades here. They're like, this is a ship. The whole crew died. Go on there and fuck around with the computer. That's their mission. And what we find out is Starfleet goes back to this derelict ship that was built 125 years ago. Every few months, fires up the computer, starts a salvage operation, and then just ends it when the training exercise ends, and leaves their tech out there and goes back to Starfleet Academy.
Yeah, not just tech, but the most valuable tech in the freaking galaxy.
They go after their own plot hole and they punch themselves in the face really, really hard by saying, oh, it has a singularity drive, which is what the Romulans used. And this is something that's been kicked around on this program by us. Like, what happened to the Romulans? I guess the singularity drives use dilithium crystals too, because they weren't deeply explained.
No, they never did use dilithium, but this is one thing that they just give up on. Like the Federation doesn't try again.
800 years after the Romulans encounter with the Romulans. 800 years. I would point out 800 years after their first encounter with the Romulans, no one from Starfleet could figure out how to cobble together. This would be like us being like, it's a long sword. We can't figure it out, sir. Sir, we need to send for Albert Einstein. It's
He's a
800-year-old
busy man.
tech.
Yeah, why didn't the Romulans just
for Albert Einstein?
Sir, he's very busy. Sir, that was so controversial. Sir.
Yeah, why didn't the Romulans just take over the galaxy after the burn?
Exactly. That's the major plot hole. And we also, like, we can read analytics too. It looks like the Star Trek Academy hate watching wave may have broken last week, but you know what? At least they went out their best. We'll see who comes through over the course of the week. This is usually a strong performer.
Right.
We'll find out. But at this point, like Star Trek Discovery was like Star Trek Kelvin movies murdered Star Trek. They killed it. They red rummed it right there. Then, like, the shows were really late, so there was a delayed reaction. Like, there was like an 8-year period with no Star Trek at all. And it was, I call those the happy times between Star Trek 09 and the time when the shows dropped. The happy times when we only had like one terrible story every few years, and it was just, you know, like some years there was no Star Trek at all. It was just the most wonderful time as a Star Trek fan since the end of Enterprise. And then these shows started. And I don't know how we're going to get through this year of hell. There will be another virally bad Star Trek show, and we will cover it. But this show seems to have exploded all its virality at once. And I was surprised it lasted as long as it did. I didn't think it would even make it a couple. I did not think it would. I thought that this show would just evaporate. This would be like pissing into a campfire, like a roaring campfire. Like the pee may not even make it to the actual surface of the campfire.
It looks like you were actually talking on the screen there. Like,
it works.
Like your video's playing and your lips are almost in sync.
I figured that a while ago that as long as your mouth is moving and you're gesticulating, no one can really tell. So I just basically I watched Disparu and I watched how many times his head moves away from the microphone. I'm like, okay, this is performative. He is lip syncing. Unless he has like a really great microphone clipped to his collar that we don't see that has like the best sound ever of any collar mic. I'm guessing he does, you know, a dedicated recording, and then he acts out the parts that we see him on screen later. Because as he moves his head, you can see he's not talking into the microphone, and he's acting. So Disparu, a little more than meets the eye, and I picked that one up from him. There's the Steiner moment. I keep getting in trouble by throwing the Yahtzees into my videos. You know what? Deal with it. I'll live with it. I know that Alex Kurtzman probably gets furious when he sees it. It may ruin my chance to ever get like access from Paramount, but that's not what we're going for here anyway on this show.
Oh, no, far from it. If Axis was the brightest star at the center of the universe, we're on the planet furthest from. See, I can quote. I can quote old things too. Isn't that weird?
Really yeah,
yeah, but it's like people have a memory and they can say things that were said before. That's me being angry at a movie that they quoted. Oh, unless you're the doctor, and then you can't at all. You irrevocably screw things up if you're the doctor. All right, I'm just reading this story that the ship from tonight was referenced from. By the way, folks.
Well, there was another ship reference tonight that I am very, very afraid the last two episodes are going to be all about. Did anyone hear what ship is just 1 light year away, pulling bodies out of space? In the words of Admiral J.D. Vance,
Disco.
Yeah, the Discovery.
Yep.
Yeah.
All spore driver stuff
of Discovery.
Yes. Germ is correct.
I heard before you beam on to the Discovery or take a shuttle, and its signs are posted in the shuttle bay, it's a macaroni and cheese free zone.
You don't want to tempt Tilly.
Yeah.
No. Definitely don't want to do that.
No mac and cheese.
Oh wait, hold
on.
I
gotta out there.
I gotta. show something here. So, the real head case.
Sorry, go ahead, Joe.
Real head case is saying we got to admit the episode was better than the last one. Yeah, agreed. And I think we could say this now, that this is the least worst of the 6 that we've seen so far.
For the moment, the story's not over.
Well, yeah, but this hour that we saw was the least offensive hour so far, but that still doesn't make it good.
It's still achieved time dilation by 20 seconds in, and every second went by like an hour.
It's like, okay, this is episode 6. So imagine having 5 straight days of diarrhea and stomach wrenching pain, and on day 6 you just take a slightly burning turd.
It's well formed at least. There's hope for the future. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, okay, maybe in a couple days this stomach virus will go away, and I can just shoot one out.
The real head case. The thing is with this, I watched it the first time through last night, and I was upset by some stuff. You know, I definitely was picking some things up, and I also thought the same thing. I was like, wow, this kind of sucks in a Star Trek 2009 way, which is still far better than stupid Clarissa explains nothing with Space Mom. And so, was it better than that? I thought so on the first time. Then it's like Star Trek 2009, where you go back and you watch it again and you go to take notes. And then you're like, wow, this is one of the worst things I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah.
If you just slow it down just enough so that it stops cutting frame to every 3 seconds, you are like, wait a minute, this is terrible in its own unique way. Maybe you might change your mind. Who knows? I just keep an open mind on whether this was worse than last week or not. It will not go anywhere but in F and be in summer school for the next 15 to 20 years. But this tried to go so fast to make you not realize the suckitude, which is typical JJ speed, by the way.
They did try to pull JJ stuff, and we saw the Kurtzman is no JJ, which is, I don't know what that says.
I know J.J. Abrams, and you, sir, are no J.J. Abrams.
And what does that say? It's like J.J. Abrams is now accountable for his mistakes. His last show was off the air and canceled by episode 3. So, goodbye, J.J. Abrams as an oversized force in our lives. One day, maybe he'll get to direct again, but he should never be allowed around big movies. And, if you only know how to do mystery box stories, at least be as smart as your less talented counterpart, but more self-aware and more successful. Rian Johnson just cranks out these whodunits where the bar of proof, and if the mystery doesn't pay off, people are kind of conditioned to that, especially after like 10 years of his bad movies. But if you can only do mystery boxes, switch to crime and whodunit. It looks like his entire career was just all he wanted to do was be an SVU writer and write like 4 episodes of SVU a year. And that's all he ever wanted. That's, Alex Kurtzman just wanted to be an SVU writer. He put on Hawaii Five-0. That was one long SVU handled badly. That was like watching SVU, the play put on by Momenchance at the Mariska Hargitay Theater.
That was oddly specific.
I don't get that.
JT Momenchance is like a German puppet performance show. Human-sized marionettes, sir.
From The Sound of Music. Well, this is our second Sound of Music reference watching this show, because they sure make a new one. Oh, there's one in the episode.
No, I know. I heard the one this episode. What was the other one?
Hills are alive with the sound of murder, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't it interesting that a half Klingon, half Tellarite had a cultural reference from 20th century America?
Which, by the way, is
1,000 years in their past.
What is this fucking hallway? There's trash bags on the wall.
There are trash bags on the wall.
Directly what I said.
It's like a dark version of the scene from E.T. when they're pulling through the tube.
Intercut it with the scene it's from. When
I've seen higher quality. I've seen higher quality football entry tunnels.
Watch the hallway, and
that's
watch
actually
the other
Jaden's butt.
I cut another movie into the hallway. so that you can see it. The movie they stole it from is intercut into the hallway scene.
Oh,
So when you see them in the hallway, watch for it. Here it comes. I think it's in a moment. But
I
we
kind of thought it was
do
just a
cover
colon,
the
and
walls
it
of our
was
ship.
it was
Yeah,
symbolic. It was a symbolic colon for the rest of the episode.
Guys, we bought flexible pool noodles, bent them over like chopped in half hula hoops, and made some sort of suspension for this black vinyl tarp that is the inside of our other ship. And as far as our bad guy ships, we never see New Spraka's ship. We never see the Fury's ship. The Furies are a poorly defined, glitchy. Here we go. Watch for the movie that it's cut in the middle. See it?
Yep.
What was that?
That is
Event Horizon.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, but that one moved. This was just cheap.
And this had neon circles.
But this one is so
LEDs,
much easier to pack up and throw away because you could just, the whole set is already pre-bagged. They covered the entire set with garbage bags the way I did my college dorm room for that wild party where everyone took LSD.
It's like one of those wire tunnels that you buy for your cat, because cats like to go through the tunnels. Yeah, and then they put some LED light strips in it.
I can't believe that. Honestly, every time I watch this show, a specific thing that I did in college is part of their stupid show. When I was in college, there was at the school I was going to, they had toxic building syndrome. So there was the renting off campus was much cheaper on the junky part of the middle of Long Island where Stony Brook is, right? So I got a place there and I got off of campus and we had a big, huge party at my apartment. So we spent $20 on garbage bags and we covered the entire walls of one room with black vinyl garbage bags to make it look like it was made out of leather. And we covered another room with Reynolds wrap. So I'm ready for a room of aluminum foil next week. By the way, don't do that. The house spiked up to 400 degrees. We were tearing them off the walls.
You wrap potatoes and put them in a fire pit when you're camping for a reason.
Yes. Right? Yeah. It was not the greatest idea, but my God, every week something specific from college. That time that my buddy took me to the Palladium and we took fucking ecstasy, that was last week's episode. And then this week's episode, again, it looks like a bunch of weird stuff from Eyes Wide Shut. Their aliens glitch both on screen. I thought when we saw the Furies on screen, the Furies, they're bad guy enemies who are evil because they're not good. Would that be the best way to describe the Furies?
Well, I would describe the Furies, and maybe you'll get an image of it later, Admiral. But the Furies are, it's kind of weird. They wanted a rip off of the Chronicles of Riddick, a movie from the early 2000s with Vin Diesel. And
they make him talk like Bane.
Yeah, they make them talk like Bane, but they have a CGI about them where their face kind of moves in and out of time, which makes no sense when you figure out.
You know what? I'll tell you why they did that.
On the video,
I'll tell you why they did that.
Because they look like shit.
Well, yeah, the reason they did that because the makeup didn't work. It didn't look good on camera. Let's just distort them and make them all science fiction-y.
So in that distortion method that they use is the exact same distortion method that necromongers, which are the bad guys in the Chronicles of Riddick, do. And Furies, one of the species in the Chronicles of Riddick are Furians. So you see where you see where they're taking it from both ends off of Chronicles of Riddick there. Also,
I'm prepared to share some audio from the actual episode.
Let's all mention they are yet another hybrid group of people.
Half and half. Yep.
They're half human, half some whatever the fuck.
Are they explained at all? They're just out there. They're just the Furies.
Yes, they're just half and half who feel pain all the time.
Yeah, they live in horrible pain. I would point out, he says they hate being Furies. They hate their existence. They have phasers. I mean,
right.
I don't want to sound too mean, but I'm ready to share just a little bit of audio from the actual show.
Much has happened to me in my life, but nothing is worse than this story.
I can't believe that was part of their story. I can't believe they put that audio in the first 2 minutes.
So the other thing that you'll notice about the Furies is they're supposed to be half bat, and they're also supposed to just start eating everything in sight raw, like live animals, like a lion would. or a tiger, like or you know, a big cat or a big dog would.
Right. So human origins off the table for these fucking things.
And humans don't have those kind of teeth, but they give them human teeth. I'm like, the jaw structure is far too small, far too weak. They don't have the proper teeth for this. How are they just biting the flesh off of people?
They are poor man's Cenobites from the Hellraiser series.
Sure. Do we want to go into the actual synopsis or the actual nitty gritty on this episode? Or
well, let's say hi to the dead man out there. Dead man's here.
We have a nice amount of people here. I think they came here to hear about the episode so that they don't have to watch it themselves. I say, JT, fire. And hey, Headcase, thank you. Hey, I watched Switchblade Sisters. That is the
Admiral Teag, incoming super chat.
Good shot, Mr. Carter. You know what? How'd you like it? It's fun, right? Switchblade Sisters is kind of fun. And hello to Michelle. Hello, Radioactive. Hello to
Radioactive's here.
Jerry Lahane.
Sir.
Hello to
sir.
And Madam.
We had a great show earlier on Tuesday with Radioactive.
We did have a great show at Radioactive on Tuesday. We talked about just about everything under the sun. We had a wide-ranging episode, and I've been having a lot of fun on Tuesdays. Thank you very much for the very generous $1.99 United States, or shall I say Greenlandian greenback super chat. And hello to the real head case, Gavin Blackburn, Lemon Pies out there. Hello, Trek Reviewer. Hello to Jerry Lahane. Sith Dan is out there. Sean is here and in the chat. JT is here in the chat. Jeremy is here in the chat. John the Beagle Dad. Hello, the Dead Man. Hello, Michelle Ferry. Radioactive and Tim FKHC 2005. And did I miss anybody? Hello. If I miss you, I'm really sorry. So sirs, madams, I'm really sorry, but I have just watched one of the worst shows, and then I spent my day marinating in it. I fell asleep watching this, and boy, was this ever easy to fall asleep to. It's like induced sleep. And then I woke up, watched it again, and spent my day working on this video. It was not easy, sirs and madams.
Speaking of falling asleep to this, I cannot fall asleep to this. You guys don't know this little truth bomb. I recently developed a pretty nasty tinnitus in the last 2 weeks.
Oh my God.
I got to go get something done with it. So I have to have something on and let me sleep. And this show is not working. I could not use this. It's like
I've got a couple YouTube channels for that if you need.
Well, I ordered a machine.
Okay.
This is obviously what's causing the tinnitus.
It might be.
It's highly possible. We might have the first member of the crew to have to go out on a medical.
It actually sucks. It really fucking sucks.
This is a terrible show. But no, last night's
I meant
episode,
the tinnitus sucks. it's
I dealt with that, and thank God it went away. I didn't have like the permanent tinnitus, but
I learned William Shatner developed it after Arena. One of those little mortar shells went off, and he dealt with it for several years, and even said he contemplated ending
deletion. Yeah, you know what? Once it's sort of like if your air conditioner is on the way out, but you need the air conditioner and you can't afford a new one, and it takes you a moment to notice that the fan's out of alignment and making a hypersonic noise. And then that's all you can hear. And then you hear nothing but that, and you obsess on it, and you can't hear anything else. And it's just like, sir, you've won $10 million. You're like, shut the fuck up. I'm listening to the buzzing whistle in my ears.
Yeah, for me,
nothing anyone can say that can make you happy. It sucks.
If anyone's curious, for me, it sounds like if you had a light or a piece of electrical equipment that was kind of fritzy and it had a high pitched little high frequency sound. That's what I'm hearing. It sounds like there's an electrical device out of whack.
Admiral Teag, incoming super chat.
Thank you, Radioactive. He says, sorry I'm late, but the assault on Cyberstan isn't happening by itself. Utah Beach is insane. You know what? Way to go, Radioactive. Better late than never. We're just actually going to get into the nitty gritty of this. I don't know what to call it. In the words of the big card actor from it, it did. In the words, it tried to be Star Trek Into Darkness, which was its biggest mistake, invoking that shit over and over and over. They tried to have an exchange that was similar to Into Darkness between Holly Hunter and Paul Giamatti. It didn't work. I mean, one take, folks. She's like, "You're not going to threaten the safety of my." And then his response is always just like, he does a lot of what's called onomatopoeia. Like the word boom is onomatopoeia. Like we see Trump do this as well. Like he'll be like, you know what I mean? Like, and I do it as well. Like a pretty expressive with like in a nonverbal, but spoken, like auditory way, like, like groaning and stuff like that. Like that goes on through this entire episode. No one is ever passively able to listen to anyone.
Right. All right. Let's do this, shall we? So say we all.
So say we all.
We have to.
All right. So after the title,
the new Trek reviews will continue until morale improves.
Yeah, everyone, take your Ambien now. I recommend downing it with 12 ounces of Shiraz or maybe a port.
You get our CBS title scroll here, and there's no whiteboard markers this week. Thank you. The main character in 3 of 10 start off with the horrible UFO song from Olivia Dean playing, and it's super tight shots on their face. They're making lovey-dovey looks. They seem to not care that neither one of them brushed their teeth this week. And they go from sitting on a park bench in San Francisco that oddly has no bum on it, by the way, to bedroom. So I'm already, my suspension of disbelief is already just nuked here because I'm like, how did they even get this bench?
Yeah,
like,
main character and his girlfriend, Trema, I think her name is.
3 of 10.
Yeah. The character's actual name is Tremar or Trema or something like that. But Trema is a betazoid and she's super betazoid. She can read your minds. And what I thought was really ridiculous is we montage their entire relationship. We know that they had kind of an interest in each other. They've talked and fought. And Alex Kurtzman's relationships, they kind of go like, well, I mean, there's something you guys got to know, about me. I guess you should all understand this. When I was a kid, I didn't care. And by the time I was in 4th grade, I had promised like 6 or 7 women that I would marry them and be with them forever. And even though it didn't work out, the relationships were much like this. They didn't really happen, and they were only as real as you believe because we montaged their whole relationship. And just like those relationships, they started when the little girl ran up to me and punched me in the face. Like this is like a 3rd grade schoolyard romance. Like they started out taunting each other. Now they're like flirty. Then it turned to flirty fighting, and now they're fucking. There's no friendship.
We don't even know their real age, by the way. You notice that they're first semester college students. But yet they're also old enough to drink.
Don't they mention something in this episode about like 17 to 18 years old?
Yeah, and I'm like, so is this even?
It's like, they were out drinking last week. Yeah, they were.
The Nemoidians from Phantom Menace. Is this legal? I don't know.
I'll make it legal.
Jeez. So yeah. So then, right after the park bench, they immediately cut to a scene where 3 of 10 is on top.
I'd just like to point out, if Alex Kurtzman does it, that makes it legal.
Okay.
Is 3 of 10 like the ranking, or is it just a Borg reference?
It's both. It's both. That's how it's close.
The actress is like a 5 or 6 of 10, but the character is like a 2 or 3 of 10.
Just think, guys, the camera is adding 10 pounds to this person.
I had a note.
Anne Hathaway has no fit. They hate women with womanly figures. They got one that wrestling champ from 10 years ago. I found out her championship was 10 years ago. All she's done is like turn her head in the like Captain.
No, she is a current champion in WWE.
All right, they said she was like in her mid 40s and had like I guess this is her 2nd time being a champion or something. Hey, it's Roman. Ahoy, Roman of the Empire.
they managed to like make these shots where she's always on top in this whole thing, and I have a hard time believing that. For one, just the character of
if he got
main
on top, he would really fucking hurt her.
I wouldn't put effort into this person. Let her stay there.
No, I mean, it's reverse
But
cowgirl all the way.
But the problem is, I think the way that the intimacy coordinator had all this done, the sheets are so high enough that you don't see any definition, and it unfortunately looks like a man with long hair is doubling from the back.
It's okay. She doesn't have any definition to show off.
I'm not trying to be mean to her.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be mean to the show. It looks like a man.
I want to be honest. That's the kind of thing that Alex Kurtzman would live to do. It's like, and I had my son be there. I had the key grip son dress up, and we spray painted him up black. It's like he lives for weird shit. He's just the weirdest guy in the world. Guys, if you like my show, you'll probably like Roman's. He covers some of the other aspects of entertainment. Check him out too. There's his link.
Admiral
on
Teag,
there earlier.
incoming super chat.
Whoa, radioactive, sir. You don't put cadets in danger for training. Well, JT, I've been well.
For rant for that, we're just not quite there yet.
Yeah, I would say this. You would have to be competent enough to think that a haunted Flying Dutchman in space pirate territory that had an engine that deleted every single person on board the last time around, you would have to be smart enough to know that that was dangerous to truly be accountable. But the spirit of what you say is true. Oh, radioactive, if only you were the one running Starfleet Academy.
Yeah, we'll definitely get there. Oh boy, will we get there.
Yeah, that radioactive gets that.
You get a little bit of side boob, but I'm not convinced it's real. To me, it almost looks CGI. And it's not like something that anyone's going to sit there and watch more than once to goon on it either. It just, and why is this in Star Trek?
The most important moment of the episode, by the way. And after this warning stays up for an inordinate amount of time just to burn runtime. And I would point out, if this happens, it's going to be next week. We didn't get much of this week, actually. We didn't need the photosensitivity warning. It's kind of like when a bad movie ends with filmed in Georgia and it stays on screen for like a full minute. It's like, oh, yeah. They're stumbling to the 70-minute mark to call it a movie.
Yeah. So you end up, the scene itself goes on too long, but it's actually kind of a short scene with them. And I'm like, we didn't even get to see this with Deanna Troi when she was wearing that see-through outfit that one episode. We never see it with Trip and T'Pol. We never needed an actual scene. The most you ever get in TOS, I believe, is Kirk gets out of bed with some boots sitting there.
So what we're doing is, it looks like we're having some kind of sex going on. What we see is basically
Admiral
best
Teag,
described as
incoming
edging.
super chat.
Radioactive with 5 Greenlandian Greenback says, I'll have to tell you a story about almost becoming an Air Force Academy instructor one day. That would be, I would love to hear that. That I would imagine he would be a great guy. I would want him more training officers, but the way he's able to explain things to even someone like me, like the day he told me that warp technology was just science fiction, he did it in a way that anyone could understand. It's like, actually, Teague, there is no such thing as EPS conduits. It's like, wait, what? But it, I think this.
Wait, wasn't Bob Ross an Air Force instructor?
I
think he was.
I think he was.
I know he served.
I think he was in the air. I know he's in the Air Force, but I think he was like a signals guy. I think he was Air Force, like. He was like Good Morning Vietnam in the Air Force. He's like, hello,
He said he wanted to get out because he wanted to be talking to people instead of yelling at them. I think he had some kind of supervisory position. Yeah.
I would have imagined that he would have been the guy like, hello, hello to everybody at McMurdo. This is the voice of McMurdo Radio, Bob Ross with Snowblind by Black Sabbath. It's another day with no sun. It's going to be 60 below. At any rate,
Yeah. He was kind of a fake guy anyway. By the way, if you're interested in that, check out Bill Alexander, who was his mentor. He's much cooler.
I heard that Bob Ross was actually smoked, drank, had bad breath, and carried a gun. Is that true?
I don't know. He had a big.
In other words, he was based.
Anyway,
The paintings
segue,
of the
sorry.
blood blush.
Yeah.
Like this episode.
After the very brief coitus where they don't even have to make faces like they're interested.
She jumps inside his freaking head.
He looks
jumps inside his head.
Disappointed the whole time from the lack of emotion on his face.
Yeah, he can't act at all. Clearly, this guy had no interest in being with a woman, or at least not that woman. Like, she looks like she maybe is purging and has bad breath. But I am really glad to say that Zoe Steiner is making her return to acting after 5 years of doing absolutely nothing.
Steiner.
I just realized the Steiner reference.
Yes.
That's why. Yes, that's why I have the Germans in the video. That's why the Germans show up in the video. Steiner.
She's as skinny as Anne Frank was, though.
Oh, jeez.
Oh,
too soon. Sorry.
When she wrote Frankenstein. And hello, everybody. We are just getting into the details. That we know someone who really thought that. That's the truth. I've actually been to Anne Frank's house, or one of the Anne Frank houses.
Okay, so back to this stupid show. After
beat me there before. I was at work that day.
As soon as they're done with the coitus, she and he are sitting there, and they don't even end the coitus scene very well. But
she just starts talking like an asshole.
Yeah, she says
she starts talking like a total fucking asshole.
The first thing she says after their coitus was, "Humans aren't the center of the universe," and then the next sentence, she demands that he start listing off all the people that he's had sex with.
And then she talks about open wedding ceremonies where she just starts droning on. And it's supposed to be one of those things where, you've got your new girlfriend and she's a little weird.
She talks about dumping healing milk all over her. I'm like, didn't you just get some of that?
Stupidest story. Yeah, you just got a youth treatment from your buddy here.
Now,
hello,
guys,
everyone.
Panel, I have to ask, why did they do this? Why did they open with this extremely non-Star Trek sex scene in the beginning of the episode? I didn't think you were supposed to open up an episode with a love passion scene. I've seen plenty of TV where there's rough, passionate, whatever, and it's over in the first 10 seconds kind of thing, and then one of them ends up needing to being hospitalized, or it's a murder mystery type situation, right? It's a shocking act one. There was no shock and awe to this. It was not for the 10 seconds of attention grabbing. It went on for 5 minutes, the first 5 minutes. And I'm like,
montage their whole relationship. Then we see them edging. Then they're sitting next to the bed, and we do something that works out even less good than the mind meld infusion. Remember the episode Enterprise Fusion, guys? We all watch it together on the channel. We watch Enterprise on Saturdays at 9. So we do the reviews, and Infusion, T'Pol has a very improper and very controversial mind meld with a dirty-minded Vulcan who doesn't ask her permission, and the whole episode it doesn't quite find its way, and it's a little too heavy-handed.
It's an add-on scene.
Excuse me.
They went through this episode. Yeah, this at the beginning. There's an add-on. They went through the episode and realized they hadn't justified the connection between the two characters. So they thought, hey, how can we do this? Oh yeah, have them fuck.
Okay. They do.
She's she's like, as long as I can still feel him in me, I can connect with him.
That woman is so small that she would need to seriously soak 1 grain of rice in water for weeks before she could try to swallow it. I would be worried about her. She needs a spotter to swallow food. If she drinks red Gatorade, she looks like a thermometer. But Man Hathaway, as I have called her a couple of times, she jumps inside Caleb's brain. She jumps inside main character's brain, and this works less good than any jumping inside of someone's brain we've ever done. It works less good than Quantum Leap. It works less good than anything we ever did in Star Trek. someone being inside someone else's mind. Just Leonard Nimoy talking to a boiling mass of pizza as the Horta was so much more effective than this. As pain, like I felt like Leonard. I was like, pain, waves and waves of searing pain. But it was absolutely horrible. But here's the thing. What shocked me, this is what shocked me. This actually got an emotion from me, which it was strange. This man has grown up and was separated from his mother at like 8 years old and thrown in Federation jail until he was like 20. He's in there for at least 10 years. It's depicted as every bad thing. And also jail is his superpower. It's where he learned to scam. It's where he learned to lie. It's where
he's neurotic on screen. Yeah.
It's where he learned to use programmable matter and alter holographic databases.
And all 34,000 paragraphs of the Federation Constitution.
In there.
He knows all 32,000 paragraphs of the Federation Constitution, which is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life.
Prison toilet wine connoisseur.
Yep. And so he's been through this terrible, terrible life, and then this woman. Let's take the show at face value for this to make sense. So now he has found some kind of love and tenderness for the first time in his life. So the show would have us believe. And she's inside of his mind, and she doesn't hate him, but she sees his pain. It's a Cybok-like moment, but it's not very well done. She sees the teddy bear from episode 1. She reaches for it, and he says, "No, don't touch that." Ah! And then we snap back into the real world, and he's screaming, and she's like, she flexes, and she's like, ah, and he's like, "What did you do inside my brain?" And she's like, "Oh, I'm sorry." And it's like, you know what? Like she kind of loves you. Things are going.
But
this
she
is
never
like she stuck her finger up his ass in the middle of sex, and he wasn't ready for it. He's like, ah!
She never asked him if he wanted to do this. We never see
she wanted to
permission. She just
they told the same
that.
story about having permission, and they just reversed it to a female to seem clever. We saw this last when Captain Kirk's Paul Wellesley's Captain Kirk had to die immediately after kissing La'an on their time travel mission back to Earth, because they looked each other in the eyes and it was longing, and she opened her mouth and he went in and kissed her. And 1 second later, someone shows up and kills him. And she gets thrown back forward in time, co-opted by a secret spy agent. She stumbles onto the bridge and sees that Kirk's okay. So it was like Shadow Kirk dies for not asking permission for a kiss that she opened her mouth to get. That's the position of this show. And also, it believes words are violent. It believes words are violence.
When you have this first attempt at love with somebody and you just had this physical interaction and you're like teenagers, basically, I'll just say it because this is oddly on the border of being illegal in most of the countries of the world. But when you do this,
they're both teenagers, so whatever.
This girl that went here and did this, why are you going after his deep, dark, weird stuff? Like the very first time that the two of you interact, you're trying to have a good time. That's kind of being weird and creepy to just go after all your bad memories. First time a non-betazoid and you make contact, that's what you go for. That's pretty fucking creepy in my mind.
Or in Alex Kurtzman's story, is his pain right on the surface and unhideable? Because remember, he's one note characters here, except for his genius capacity from being in jail, which we believe is a trait that was given to the character to mock Nerdrotic.
Could be.
Nerdrotic has that excellent recall of Lord of the Rings.
She knows
his time in jail.
She knows he was incarcerated. He's got a lot of, as they like to say, trauma that he needs to quote unquote dump. And this is not something that you just do without talking about it for a while. Like she just thought this was a great idea to do. And whether she asked for permission or not, we don't know. But you have to handle this delicately with somebody. And to just go in and do this, one, a moron, two, a creep. And I'm already at the point in this episode where we've had like weirdly placed romantic scene at the beginning. I'm like, how much of this can I skip before we get to a real story here? And then she tries to get mad at him after he breaks it off screaming in fear and pain, she tries to get mad at him and make it his fault. And I'm like, hold up.
I loved that personally. I loved that the show tried to do that.
Dump her. She is trying to manipulate the hell out of you.
She was presented as correct.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's your fault for me, punching you in a massive bruise that you got from like a car accident or a football game.
It's not a weird Betazoid thing. It's part of who I am, and you need to accept other people. That's pretty much a direct quote.
Yep. And guys, we don't hate women on this show. I feel like some people might listen to us and hear it construed that way. This is like weird, creepy stuff that, man or woman, nobody should have to put up with that being done to you.
Yeah, and let's not forget the little pillow talk where she
I don't
goes,
like grills anymore after this. Alex Kurtzman won. I've decided to change my pronouns and become a homosexual. He's right.
Sean,
there's
what
no
were you
point
gonna
in
say?
being straight.
oh, I was going to say the little pillow talk they have after where she says, hey, humans aren't the center of the universe. So tell me about the first hookup you had.
Shouldn't you be doing this before you exchange bodily fluids?
The last thing I want to hear at that right after is, so.
This reminds me of the 9-way that I had with Klingons, right? That's like, he doesn't want to hear that. He does not want to hear that.
Germ?
You need to figure, oh yeah, I have space herpes. It's something you want to learn beforehand.
Yes. Yeah. 100%.
I had predicted that the heterosexual story would be a cautionary tale against bothering to be a heterosexual, didn't I?
Probably.
I'm still not convinced this is heterosexual.
Yeah, and chlamydia is also mentioned in this episode. I'll just bring that up too.
Yeah, in our young adult show for younger kids, like smarter, like adolescents. In our show for adolescents, where everyone's gay.
Isn't it weird that the show made for adults called Star Trek: The Next Generation, I could watch with like a first grader? This show I can't watch till they're like 16 with them. Right? Because it's not just about the intimacy scene, it's about the weird, it's about all the weird non-consensual stuff that they do.
Yeah, these are problems, weird stuff, variations, proclivities, and fucked up stuff that you shouldn't be jaded enough to start even thinking about until you're 30, no matter what your persuasion, no matter who you love.
Yeah.
Are you guys reading my private chat?
Yes. Good responding.
That's where I have to jump in with to keep the show going and say,
yes.
This is more of the Alex Kurtzman doesn't have straight people. He has what we call hetero-abnormative people.
Yeah. So Germ is completely right on this. I think they added this to the front of the episode because then you kind of have like the screen wipe to leave Tatooine and go on to a completely different movie, like in Return of the Jedi. Here we then cut directly to the Chancellor. I forgot what we called her. Captain. We had a name for her that wasn't Ake anymore last week.
Yeah, it was a good one, but I totally
brain
forgot.
hurts.
Captain Cocky? Cucky? Captain Cuck?
Captain Wine Mom?
Well, so anyway, if
Captain Mushmouth?
Yeah, maybe Captain Footsie. There's a thousand names you could make up for her. He opens up next scene with a speech, and she is addressing both the War College and the Academy cadets on like this giant window, or maybe it's a view screen. We don't know which, and she's putting
both. They're both. In New Trek, we've established it's a window, and it helps them cheat on the special effects. It's its own whole thing where they show the person looking out at the disaster, and the disaster is like, shown in the reflection of the glass, so they can go really low res.
Yeah. So here's the line on this. There was a time when Starfleet would travel through the Federation territory without a second thought. Today, the galaxy is a hell of a lot more complicated. What?
He's exactly right. I was losing, what? I only kind of understood what she said the third time around from contextual clues of the few words that came out when her denture slipped into place. As far as I can tell, every once in a while, her dentures slip in perfectly, and she goes to. That's been said before. Roman.
Istophobos says 100% bingo. If you can't fly through it, it's not your territory.
Hey, Istophobos, what's going on, buddy? It's good to see everyone out there.
Then we have the War College. We have the War College dude, and they're kind of trading paragraphs. And if somebody could look at the private chat here, and get things.
Oh yeah, I'm ready. I got you.
Okay.
Captain Polygrip. Is that what we call her? Dave Milner might have it. And Dave, hello, welcome to the show.
They are now in full Harry Potter mode, where it's just two houses. That you have Slytherin and Hufflepuff, or Slytherin in Gryffindor here sitting on in this ship. And here's what we find out, folks. The War College uses a real ship from only 100 years ago as a deep space training vessel, right after she just got done saying it's not safe out here. Okay. You got this right, folks. Rather than reclaim the ship, rather than use the experimental technology that you got off of this ship, rather than salvage it because they thought a 900-year-old remodeling just needed every last ship. No, they just leave this thing out here as a training vessel. These are first-year cadets in their first semester. What the fuck do you know about anything that has to do with repairing an entire starship? And you're going to time them in 2 minutes and make crude bets as their instructors and if they're going to do it and how they're going to fail? You should be on the holodeck. You should be on the holodeck teaching the basics, let alone the amount of danger you're putting them in an area of space that you have no business taking them to. You should have them in complete safety. Have holodeck safeties around this, and we see what the hell happens with your gross negligence, your dereliction of duty, your conspiracy to commit crime by putting them in this danger when you are responsible for their well-being. Okay? How dare you do this? This is the stupidest writing I've probably ever seen when it comes to training people in any context. This is like taking a 12-year-old out onto the road, and instead of saying, now don't cross the street, you're just going to throw them out on the interstate and then tell them don't cross the street and wonder when bad things happen. Okay, this is like, instead of basic training, you just take them people out into a war zone and then trying to teach them how to operate a firearm. Okay, this is so beyond negligent, and Kurtzman doesn't care. None of the writing staff care. There is no point for this entire episode. I've killed it right here. I agree. I've killed it 15 minutes in. Go to the fucking holodeck. I'm done.
Let me put this into relatable terms. Okay, you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, we are training to be the best. Our enemy is going to try to kill us. It's to this end that we have brought you to Iron Bottom Sound in the Philippines. Beneath the waves here are dozens of World War II ships that are shifting, falling apart, and are deadly buckets of rust that sank almost 100 years ago. You're all going to go down there and play capture the flag for no reason.
This is like a week after Pearl Harbor, training new recruits on the USS Arizona.
100 years later.
It's that tasteless.
They do not understand that it's a war grave for their own dead. That is something that JT's, I think, is getting at with this part of it. They're absolutely ghoulish. Alex Kurtzman, one of the things that he is worse with is, I've noticed this over years of reviewing him. I think he lives his life in a lot of fear because like death and injury and body horror are such constants. Like it would not be like, until they tore that eye out in section 31, we're like, okay, now it's Kurtzman Trek. I don't.
Well, don't forget Icheb's eyeball. Well,
it's a grave site.
Don't forget Icheb's eyeball in Picard.
They're desecrating a grave site from.
That's why I brought up Iron Bottom Sound.
This.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We're gonna go down to the bottom of this sound where our ship sank. We're gonna go on to our own old ship. And this is supposed to be like the USS Pegasus. It was like kind of a secret special ship with the singularity drive. The singularity drive alone brings up why wasn't there Romulan hegemony while everyone else was weak? The Romulans let a 200-year, like a 600-year tactical advantage slip away against the arch enemies, the Federation, when they could warp over there anytime.
Well, wait. In this timeline, their homeworld was destroyed, right?
But their navy's intact, as we see from Picard. They have hundreds of warships that they didn't give a fuck about evacuating their people.
We're meant to believe that they integrated with Vulcan long before the purge or the burn.
And I'm sorry, the test that they have them do, restore life support and turn the computer back on, you could do that without even going on a holodeck. You could just build something in the middle of nowhere, San Francisco, because that's side of the bridge. Like there is no reason to warp all the way out to this sector. Why did you not reclaim this ship? Why did you not reclaim it? Why do you have this experimental track on here?
Or just have the fucking ship in orbit around Earth and do the test there.
What was the ship from the Naked Now, where they were just like, they destroy it at the end. They're like, we can't recover the bodies of our Starfleet comrades. And they're somber and they fire like one lone photon torpedo and they stand at attention. Whatever happened to these people are ghoulish. Like what is Alex Kurtzman like in Awake?
And
I
also,
really love your dad's car. It's like, yeah, Alex, okay.
How stupid is this? You have Paul Giamatti on there in episode 1 talking about how he's going to just scavenge their ship for parts. Then he already knows that this other ship exists and nobody touched it. I mean, shit.
And he makes an off-camera plan.
You can't leave a public school building vacant for more than a few days in Detroit without somebody trying to steal the copper and the plumbing out of the walls. I'm not kidding. Nobody touched this thing.
It's a little ridiculous. And also the other part is that it's at some point in the past, this group led by Paul Giamatti, the Cannolis or whatever they're called, they and the Furies made some kind of deal where they would keep their eye on this archaic, abandoned piece of Starfleet tech that's laying out in the middle of what they call a ship graveyard, implying that if you die, they just tow your ship to the edge of space and leave it there in like the junkyard.
They said the ship was destroyed. That ship looks completely fine to me.
Mostly intact. There's some debris floating around it. The ship's mostly intact. All we can assume is that when the singularity drive malfunctioned, there was a wave of like delta waves or something. Well, whatever.
Not the crew doesn't make environment it. Then.
It is
and it was perfectly okay to spin it up at the end of the episode
and fly it away. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why don't they just?
That's the thing about this. Is that they've
magic matter on it, that reprogrammable magic plot matter? Just dump a bunch of that over it and it would be fixed.
We put on our life belt and we go over there and we had varying degrees of just eye roll or acceptance on the life belts. We have life belts again. It's actually Pike's weird body armor.
The life belts are okay. They actually featured those in the animated series.
Yeah, like we had various degrees of whether we accept it or not. I never thought the life belts were in there for the right reason. It's
why does the hologram wear a life belt?
The same reason the hologram almost drowned. Did they decide she was a hologram later?
I have no idea.
I I've got something to share here. So Istofobo says they're just trying to plug up the huge plot hole from the burn. I refer to Scotty in Star Trek 3. The more they overthink the plumbing, the easier it is to stop up the drain. And that's what they're doing here.
So
they're trying to build their version of the Romulan singularity drive. I want to put this to you guys one more time. It is 800-year-old tech. So this is like the four of us sitting around, and it's like we find a Viking longboat, and like I'm looking at JT, and I'm like, I think it's some means of propulsion. Can we? And then we see like a picture of them using it, and we're like, can we make one and possibly go out to sea, sirs? And it's just like, I don't know. It's like, can we possibly make a boat? And it's like a glorified raft at this point, like what they're trying to build. 800 years later, we can basically nail every single thing that was made 800 years ago in a couple hours with some YouTube like help, you know, like or grok. It's like sirs, we have to make a crossbow or we're all gonna die. It's like one of us will figure it out, I'm sure. After I go blank, JT and Sean will make that crossbow with germ.
About this ship, the USS Miyazaki. So if you were to go to Memory Alpha, there's no entry except for what somebody hastily threw in there today. If you go to result number 2 on Google, okay, not that hard to do. Result number 2 takes you to an expanded universe entry. Now, why did they call it the USS Miyazaki? Well, there already is a USS Miyazaki. Somebody wrote some really poor fan fiction about a USS Miyazaki, the NCC 50445, which was an Excelsior class starship from, Enterprise B, C days, right? This source material is a fan fiction called Harry Potter and the Return of James T. Kirk.
Oh, God.
And it was named for the notable anime artist who's won some big-time awards, Hayao Miyazaki. Big anime guy. Okay. Problems here.
And what a coincidence we have a comic book reference in this episode.
If you claim that it wasn't done from this, why is your whole show about Harry Potter or Harry Pot Warp or Hogwarts? Yes, Radioactive would call it Hogwarts.
Why or Anne Hathaway and her hairy pothole.
Yes. So even if you just say this is an honest mistake that we duplicated the same ship from fan fiction and just changed the registry number, there's a problem, folks. This is a duplicate VIN number. The VIN number on this ship is a duplicate from another Kurtzman ship, the USS Giacona. Now you've got 6 numbers in this fucking thing.
Can't come up
and
with
you
reuse
the same number. You can't. They reuse the same VIN number.
The other ship also had a stupid name, the USS Saragossa. I'm like, that's exciting and so Star Trekky. Wow, the USS well, how exciting! The USS fucking Saragossa. That sounds great. By the way, here's our ship. That's how destroyed it is.
Completely intact is how destroyed it is. So either they deliberately went after fanfic, or they accidentally
incoming super chat.
Shot, Mr. Carter. Thank you to the dead man with a very generous $4.99 United States super chat. This episode was basically their version of the Kobayashi Maru test.
Yeah.
I think that was part of what went into it. They threw a bunch of stuff into the prompts for the AI.
Wrath-Khan. Yeah, this Wrath-Khan reference.
But the thing is, it was Wrath of Khan filtered through the idea that it was improved with Into Darkness. So although they made naked ploys towards Wrath of Khan, the aesthetic and everything else, and they try to recreate the confrontation between Khan and Chris Pine's Kirk with Commodore Cucky and freaking this idiot News Bracca.
Yep. So either the Miyazaki name is a deliberate ripoff, or it was an accidental invocation of the same anime creator. I'll let you decide. But if you reuse the same registry number as a ship you already made in your own Kurtzman Trek, and these are like 5 digits long, I think they might have been reused assets. That's the only thing I can think of. Also, she says the ship was destroyed by a cascade of mechanical failures.
Again,
What
mechanical
the fuck is up
failures
with
again.
mechanical failures?
The second week in a row. Or
Well,
2
there
weeks
was
out of 3.
one in between. Yeah. Yep. So 2 out of 3 weeks, the ship is quote unquote destroyed.
We caught the Kobayashi Maru type out.
Where are we percentage wise in the episode?
15%.
Yeah. But it starts to pick up because then this happened and then this happened. So they split up into 2 teams. Blue team, red team. Blue team gets to go on the ship. Red team gets to play launch control. You have this one here, and I put a note in that they reuse the armor from Discovery, but the doctor gives them the instructions. And in 5 years, no one has scored above 65% on this test. So I guess we're shooting for 69% success. I mean, I don't know.
Bothered me. They keep going to this ship, and the idea is fire up the computer and get the ship functioning again, which is a terrible idea because doing that deleted the last crew.
Right.
However, we're going to do it anyway. And also, we have no respect for a war grave. But these guys lost in the line of duty. We're going to disrespect their memory, but we go to their ship, and what do? We have like a caretaker there, and he's like, "You guys better not fuck this up. I haven't been off this ship for 6 months." To which I'm thinking,
oh, you're getting ahead. You're getting ahead of a lot of the other issues.
Wait, I want to address this issue here. When they say that they've 65% completed the mission a few times, does this guy stay behind and re-nerf the computer back down to 0? Like, so in other words, this is an easy salvage and they can bring it home and get this dangerous tech closer to home where you could run this exact same simulation in orbit of Earth.
Or just reset the program in the holodeck.
So, or someplace where transporters work.
Well, hold on. You brought up something. The guy says, I have a bet. I need you to solve this in under 2 minutes because I have a bet and I haven't been off the ship in 6 months, even though it was docked on Earth. The Athena was docked on fucking Earth in San Francisco, and he hasn't been off in 6 months.
I think he was on board the Miyazaki.
No,
he is on board.
No, there's no life support on there. He couldn't have been on. He's been on the Athena.
He's been on the Athena for 6 months, even though it was docked on Earth.
I pondered that line for way too long. I was like, wait, the Athena has landed on Earth 4 or 5 times since we started this show. Why wouldn't he leave the ship?
Yeah. So
take your break on top of the freaking, on top of the saucer section and just like bring a beach chair and a radio. Just 5 minutes to yourself.
So before they get to that point, they all of a sudden discover that their ship has turbo lifts again. And they go like 35 decks through the ship just so they can talk long enough to set
their quota up. with the actor with the wheelchair. They don't have to spite him anymore by having him in front of those stairs.
But they also undiscovered their site-to-site combadge transporters. So now they have to go through riding the elevator everywhere so they can exposition dump where they start talking about a comic book that the Vulcan likes to read. And
that made no sense. And we see their comic book and it doesn't look very good.
Yeah. And it's a comic book, like a Marvel comic book about a ship that was destroyed with all hands lost. So
here's the life belts turning on, by the way.
Yeah. Nice freeze.
They call them something else.
Plasma shields. This comic book is the equivalent of making a comic book run about the Challenger disaster and having it be like Guardians of the Galaxy.
And diving on the wreckage so that you could take a piece away and put it on your mantelpiece and write your name on it.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely disrespectful.
Once they get off of the turbo lift, they're walking to the shuttle bay, and there's like, a little bit of hallway in between there. And main character gets out and says this whole to the Vulcan that this whole comic book is quote unquote Here we go, folks. Federation propaganda. Feel good colonizing bullshit to brainwash poor kids into fighting the good fight for Big Brother Starfleet.
Absolutely repulsive. Starfleet was not like that.
It was never, it was, the Federation was, let me ask you, why can't you colonize a planet that with nobody on it?
That was another thing. I was just like, man, does he understand that like almost none of these planets have people on them? And some of them we terraformed and other stuff like that. I mean, fuck yeah.
And now there's poverty again in the Federation.
He would be the one guy still bitching about the glowing sand from that one episode of TNG. He's like, and they killed the glowing sand. This is the only show I know that at 15 minutes in, just randomly for no reason, the beginning starts.
Yeah, I actually had that in my notes as well. I said,
there's no real end of any act. The beginning just happens.
Yeah. And I'm like, why is this 15 minutes in and it's like 2.5, 3 minutes long?
Because it's legally required that every producer's name stay up on the screen for a certain amount of time. Sean, am I right about that one? Right? Isn't that basically what it is?
I'm sorry. I was chewing.
Sorry, buddy. When I saw you take down the sign, I thought you were fully back. Continue to masticate your food, sir.
No. What was your question? I'm sorry.
I kind of forgot now.
Why is this such a long
you're right.
intro?
Whatever you said, you are right.
That was a question. Does there need to be a certain amount of time for every executive producer and producer's name to be on screen? Is that why it's like 3 minutes long? Like you need like 8 seconds on screen? I think that. And by the way, it was the formatting was off this week, or I watched it on a different format. They didn't manage to stick the names of the producers under the skip this for the skip the opening. And I was able to count. There were 21 this week. We did not. We unlocked the 21 producer achievement award.
So one more note on this. He also said that I haven't been off the ship in 6 months in ADR. He was not facing the camera when he said that. I think that line was added after the fact to try to be funny because they realized they didn't have enough Guardians of the Galaxy humor. They thought that people would laugh at that. Also, if you're an official training mission and a commissioned officer said that he gambled on how you'd perform in this test, that's a court-martial. If I'm right about that, Radioactive, correct me if I'm wrong. Pretty sure that's a court-martial for doing that. Red team lady, what's her name? Nobody remembers, but we all remember kind of what she looks like. She looks more. They keep messing up her makeup and uglifying her.
It just bothers me.
She
her name
ends
is
up looking,
Prima, and Genesis is the other chick.
Oh, okay. Are
you talking about the War College girl though?
No, the cadet.
The one who always wants to be in charge. The chick who wants to be the leader of everything.
Yes.
Her name is Genesis.
Genesis. Okay, so they make Genesis look more every week like Neon Nub from Return of the Jedi.
She's looking uglier every week. Yeah, her week to be good looking is over.
Falcon with Lando. She looks more like Neon Nub every week.
She also really is another person who needs to soak like a piece of white bread in water for an hour before she tries to eat it, or she'll choke.
She's in the Ariana Grande fan club.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So if you keep moving through,
the beginning was overly long and very stupid. It's gotten a little bit like ridiculous with these flower petals fly around like ethereally. I really hate Alex Kurtzman's vision of what the future would look like. Every week there are like repeated references to old Broadway musicals. Always, repeatedly. One day we're going to turn this on. It's going to be Starfleet Academy Cats. And it gets weirder and weirder every week. Like he feels that like the characters in real life might just burst into song in the world of Star Trek. It doesn't make any sense. They didn't know why they were singing in their singing episode, which was the most. There is absolutely nothing memorable about that episode except the endless amount of cringe. And in this episode, again, it's like we're going to go on this dangerous mission where, like, we have enhanced the level of danger by going to a place where transporters don't work and everyone's going to
unsafely enhanced it.
And they're like, it's teeming with space pirates. It's got 2 different space pirate factions, and the only reason it's safe is because they're so violent they fight each other to a standstill. So we're going to go there like Joseph Kony with our army of coal miner soldiers. We have an army of coal miners.
Well, this she is also, by the way, the last, because Starfleet is all over Earth, including, Europe, that she is the last Starfleet Chancellor of Scotland. Is she not?
We did speculate that Idi Amin would be the perfect person to run Starfleet. We did speculate that. That's on us.
Anyway,
to
past
be fair,
this
Starfleet would probably appreciate him.
I've never seen a show where the intro is so late into the show like this.
A couple of times in Landman, but like at least it made sense in where they placed it. And I don't think Germ, was it only once they were as much as 15 minutes in? It was more like 10.
It's only a couple times.
Yeah, Taylor Sheridan's a lot different than this. For them to think that they have any artistry to what they do. So here we are back on Commodore Aki's ship, where we've got Admiral J.D. Vance and Chancellor. Every time I say Chancellor, if you guys hear that noise, I'm holding down my right arm. I'm 10% German. Apparently, all of it's in my right arm. And every time I say Chancellor. All right. So the Chancellor of the War. You know what, damn it. I can't do it. The Chancellor of the War College is another fucking idiot.
If you wave to me, I'll wave back. Teague, it's okay. It's a fellow German. I'll wave back.
All right. So at any rate, they have a holo conference where they're like, a few months back, whatever the name of Paul Giamatti's bullshit bunch of pirates is, used special technology on the other pirates, and he was able to affect the Furies. And they're like, oh wow, okay. And he's like, you need to negotiate with him. And she's like, with all due respect, sir.
Well,
no, I can't abide by your objection. She's like, but it's.
We did get a little ahead of ourselves. Within the first 30 seconds, main character fixed all of the life support for the whole ship by using like 1 ounce of programmable matter, and then they immediately get captured, and the half-bat species, the Furies, tell them that they're going to literally eat their hostages if they don't give them 30,000 bars of gold press latinum and like something else completely outrageous. And you get 1 hour.
Latinum, and their weird,
and then
cockroach voices. They're like, why would your universal translator have them sound like that?
They have, and there was another thing on here, and you don't need to go back before the intro credits or the mid show credits here. On the red team on the Athena, there is the actress that ate her comm badge.
Yeah,
who is so fat. She is so fat, and I'm fat, people. I'm obese. I'll admit it. Not everybody on this show has had problems with weight to swing one direction or another. Okay. That being said, I'm not so fat that I can't lean over the console and look at what I'm supposed to be looking at. This actress is so out of shape that her stomach gets in the way of being able to look at her station. That's not cool. That's not cool. Also, I'm not trying to body shame her. She needs to go see her doctor and get things addressed. And
Not
to
only-
put her in a uniform and put her on a bridge like that is not nice. It's not a nice thing to do. You're not doing anyone any favors because it looks silly. Her stomach
And she has a
gets in the
panic
way.
attack minutes later anyway.
Yep.
She has a panic attack. By the way, guys, just so you know, the comm badge eating cadet is put on the bridge crew, and when they divide them up into their two teams, they're like, some of you will go over to the ship and try to turn on the
Her
computer.
dentures almost fell out.
Yeah,
her dentures almost fell out in that
and
scene.
then they realized that she couldn't deliver the lines because, by the way, they didn't even think about someone having dentures, so they have her saying all the worst words for people who have dentures. She's saying think and punch and words that really like will throw your dentures right out. I mean, and so she's just like having the worst time of it. So they have, what's her name, Laura Thought, Cadet Master Thought steps up and she screams because that's her kind of her thing. And she's like, you'll be divided into two teams, the away team and the team on the ship. And like, you'll be very much responsible for keeping your comrades alive. You'll have their lives in your hands. And you look at the B team that's going to stay on the ship and it's like, all right, like maybe Genesis knows what she's doing. The show presents her that way, but
also
combat cheating retard.
They have the cadet master try to run across the bridge in a hurry, and she's too fat to do it. And it looks really bad. Like, why did you even film that scene? She looks like a morbidly obese person trying to run in a uniform that doesn't fit well. And she
if
can't
you
do
thought
it.
the Tauntauns in the Super Bowl commercial moved unnaturally,
I'm saying these people should not be in the line of duty on an active duty frontline position because they're not physically healthy to do it. I would not sign up for the military tomorrow and expect to be thrown on the front lines. I'm not physically in shape enough to do it. I couldn't do it.
JT, especially at the age they are. These people are under 30 years old. Even the number one should be under 40. You should be able to run a mile in under 8 minutes. And which I Radioactive may be able to show the military standard. But these people could not pass a military standard physical exam.
Captain Aki could do a mile's worth of cocaine in 8 minutes.
Well, yeah, like at least Ake is like physically okay. Like, yeah, she could pass basic
that cadet
There's
physical.
nothing jumping off of
requirements.
her appearance that makes you think she couldn't like run away from danger.
But the teachable moment, the teachable moment person in that one episode, and then the comm-eating fatty Bob's Big Boy chick. No, you're going to walk a mile in 12 minutes. No, you fail. You're out. Gone.
Yeah, you know what? Like, instead of make your bed, it's like, you want to be a Starfleet soldier? Lose some fucking weight.
They're eating their bed's got crumbs.
Well, it's not even weight standards. I'm Radioactive. I'm talking about just functional ability, where that cadet could not do one push-up or one sit-up. Now, if she happened to be thrown on that B team first, all she is in that hostage situation is a complete liability. And then you have to have big, strong men who actually have worked out and meet the standard try to rescue your ass. So
right there, JT. I saw this, JT, in the episode. You notice the people they beamed over were all in shape,
except for
and the
hologram.
people on the bridge were
really
fat pieces of fuck, is what they were.
Yep.
This week, the holograph takes damage from phasers too. By the way, we'll find that out later.
Oh, she needed the plasma fucking shield. The hologram needed the plasma shield because there was no life support.
Suit,
despite that she didn't breathe. She didn't breathe, but she needed the life support.
Hello, buddy.
Thing.
Going back into my notes, I said the one who ate her comm badge is so fat it's dangerous, and I genuinely feel pity for her while watching her and want her to go get medical help. I'm fat and I come from the Midwest, and I can tell you that this is not healthy. So we can leave it there. Guys, then we're all caught up now. Then we're all caught up to this scene where the men that are supposed to be her peers or superiors end up being little more than her errand boys.
So idiot idiot Captain Aki talks to idiot Admiral Vance, and we find out that he has a bunch of ships 1 light year away. And it's a good thing because one of the demands is specifically no Starfleet ships within 1 light year. And this is where Admiral Vance shows that he's the most useless loser ever. And he's like, all right, here's the deal. We got our cadets captured. Gosh, God only knows how it happened, having training class of our most inexperienced people in a combat zone. I just don't know what went wrong. I don't understand why the cadets from West Point got hurt in the middle of Iraq. How did that possibly go wrong? Who could have foreseen it?
Right. It's Teag. You said it completely perfectly. It's like taking first semester West Point cadets to Iraq 2003.
But from the special ed version of West Point.
Yeah. Yes. True.
Short bus point. I mean.
Yes.
West Pointless. And hello to Wes Cagle, and hello to who else was out
don't
there?
say hi to
Buddy.
Wes Cagle.
Buddy.
No.
Buddy joined. Got a lot of folks in here. Dave Milner. Welcome. Wallace Lang dropped in.
Whoa.
Hold on, I got it.
Thank you, Sean.
Admiral Teag, incoming super chat.
The dead man with a very generous $9.99 Greenlandian greenbacks. Let's just call them that until we get in trouble. Anyone ever noticed that when Vance's on screen, they're in hologram mode? The hologram flickers to convey their holograms because they think we're stupid. I was kind of honestly, this show will make you stupid. So I kind of gotta be honest. I mildly appreciate that he flickers and that they went out of their way to show the instability, because there was an episode where they didn't do that. And we were all trying to figure out whether the person had been there as a hologram or beamed in or out. We decided they beamed in or out. Sound effects were the same too. So yeah, they do try to convey it to us that they're holograms. Sometimes they're inconsistent about it. This week they were overcompensating and it was distracting. Last week they totally forgot to do it.
Exactly. The conversation here goes, oh, you got 7 people held hostage. I have 5 capital ships just waiting to jump to warp.
Admiral Teag, incoming super chat.
And my buddy Sean Carter with a member chat says, I'm now 2 years and 1 month into this experience. When will Teague learn to unmute his mic before speaking? Where's the promised beach? Wes Cagle is underperforming. Sir, that is very controversial, sir. We'll beam Wes Cagle up after the show so we can take care of you. In the over on the USS Mirasaki.
The Kirasaki.
Yeah.
But by the way, I think that they shouldn't dismiss Kelrick so lightly. Although he's rather Caucasoidal, he's not full on white, and I'm pretty sure he's gay. So he might be right about a few things, because that's how this show fucking works.
Oh yeah.
This show written by racists works that way.
And not only this,
thank you, Sean Carter.
They send the stupidest ships to tee off with the Klingons. 2 weeks before this, and now they have just 5 quote unquote capital ships sitting idle. What the hell is this? Starfleet has capital ships now. Okay, we'll fucking use them already. We also learned
the way they put it, we have 4 capital ships. It's just 4 starships, or the names of the ship. This was never something we did in Starfleet before, in Star Trek before, right? It's in an episode of The Next Generation, what would you get? A conversation with Nechayev and Picard over subspace, and she'd be like, if you don't feel comfortable with your mission, Captain, I can have the USS Bozeman take over. It's no. That. We had stuff like that. We didn't need
a capital ship is supposed to be a badass ass kicker. is
Yes.
what it is.
And we've
It's not
never
a
seen one of
flagship.
those.
It's an ass-kicking ship.
Fucked up right away.
I'm pretty sure if you did warp 5 of those in, these Furies are going to beam the hell out and leave. But we also
By the
know
way,
that they
say
don't.
to me, is my quick Admiral Teague move. This is the episode ends really early without a two-parter if Admiral Teague's in charge. You ready? Once we hear they kill the hostages no matter what, I'm like, fuck it, full frontal assault. We save as many as we can save, and we get every single one of them is dying. We're going to get rid of every single one of these scumbag Furies. Not one of them is walking off this ship. I'll blow it up if I have to. I'll lead the assault team myself. I want volunteers. Who wants some goddamn payback? It's an all-out assault. Like, if they're going to delete the hostages, like, well, let's make them rich and give them a bunch of weapons and they can, like, go off. It's like, no, we're going to go over there now. I'll lead the team myself. I want volunteers. We're beaming into their warp core. We're going to start up a tri-home explosive right to it. Then we're going to branch out. We're going to kill every single one of these goddamn Furies. We're going to save every single Starfleet person we can. And if some of us try doing it, we'll have fought the good fight, damn it.
Hell, they don't even need to do that.
But
they realize pretty early they've got free and are held up in the bridge. There's no reason you can't send shuttles over with assault teams.
They have every reason to try. The last thing you want to do is fuck around with these people who kill the hostages no matter what.
You could dock with the ship.
The hostages no matter what. Excuse me.
You could dock with your other ship. There's so many ways out of this stupid issue. They also say that these aliens are the Furies. They don't know anything about them other than they're human alien hybrids. So I guess they're Vulcans now.
Yeah, you know what the weird thing is? We got to fit this one in.
Hybrid,
in Star Trek 3, self-identified on the Enterprise identifies as a heavy cruiser. That's its pronouns. When they go to hit the destruct panel and turn it on, it says USS Enterprise Federation Heavy Cruiser on their own display.
And so instead of using the 5 capital ships that I assume they built for a muscle situation like this, they instead decide that they need to talk to Paul Giamatti, who just is conveniently nearby.
Yeah, how does he get on board? By the way?
Paul Giamatti is on board via hologram until he beams over.
Wait, but he touches another hologram and
his ship gets there.
He beams.
Okay, how does he get the tequila they send him and the whatever?
He's in Aki's he's in Aki's quarters talking to Aki, and the only hologram in that situation is Vance.
Yeah, he's on the ship.
But how does Giamatti get on the Athena?
He's only a few minutes away. Just happened to work out that way.
Yeah, but they never explained it. Even though the furries say no ships within a light year, but all of a sudden we need the tic-tac-toe guy, and he's suddenly on the fucking ship magically, and they don't explain it, and he's drinking replicated tequila.
You have 1 hour before they start eating the
and they can just summon him like here, a teleportation spell from D&D. Bling, he's here. How? Where was he? How did they know how to find him? And then at the end of the episode, he sends a message saying, like, good luck trying to find where the fuck I am. But he sure knew where.
After telling them to trace the message.
Admiral Teag, incoming super chat.
Lost Kago, savior of the universe. He'll save every one of us. New Trek ships docking with each other.
Yeah.
Very intersectional, sirs. Pride. In the name of pride. We got weather in the name of pride. What can I tell you guys? It gets dumber. We're like 25% of the way through now, maybe 30. So look at this terrible set. It is garbage bags. Sean said it. I said it. Looks like what it is. It's garbage bags with something from Amazon. Is this a bunch of like green screen hoops holding up the garbage bags or something?
It very well might be. It looks like
somebody went on Amazon and bought something. This is for something else. It's like, want to dry your clothes outside with this
no. You park your car in here.
Those are Kurtzman's Nuva ring.
You might be right. Yeah. I don't think what I thought was Mrs. Kurtzman was the writer of this show. He showed up.
No, it's Alex Ring.
Yeah, exactly.
So this looks like one of those inflatable coverings that you can buy for very cheap to cover your car. Like if you're going to go camping and you don't want tree sap to ruin your paint or something, or you just need like
Florida, you don't want the sun to devastate.
Yeah, like a very temporary shelter like that that's inflatable. That's what this looks like.
This set is called "We've Been Out of Money for a While." They stole these garbage bags. They went to another set and told them it was okay to take them.
I like Dave Miller's too. They dial a pirate.
This is exactly, by the way, this is The Force Awakens. There are two rival pirate factions that converge together out of nowhere on the derelict ship, exactly like in Force Awakens. And it turns out that they're both working together.
So
that'll be revealed soon enough.
Did anyone pick up at this point that the furries are actually speaking Xindi and sectoid? I could tell.
I thought it was probably the same thing.
It was Xindi and sectoid, but it had a very thick Queen's accent.
Oh,
very thick.
Sounded Somali to me.
Well, I mean, Mamdani was from Queens or whatever, so maybe he has a little bit of both. I mean, look how
they went to the dead man.
Look at the features on the face of our aliens. They had different faces when they were walking down the halls. They had weird skull faces. But when we stop here, they're like, what do you call it? They're eyes wide shut aliens.
They're blurred out to protect the identities of the innocent.
Exactly. They're like, this actor has a future, sir. We can't get sued by SAG. Also, probably save them some money.
They end up doing this. Okay, who's going to go out the airlock first? And they ask for volunteers, and everybody just kind of stands there. Okay, that part's fine. But then Lieutenant
couldn't have one of those races that was fine when they go out in space. They just have to change while you're not looking at them into a salamander.
Yeah, he flashed.
Can we have? I'm sorry, JT. Can we have a Star Trek episode that doesn't use the words airlock or the nearest airlock? Even in DS9 overused that shit. I'm so fucking tired of it. Just beam them off.
The only one that has an excuse to use it is probably Enterprise.
Right. So, he flashes main character, the number 2 on his hand, and just trusts that these furries aren't going to notice that they're all looking at each other and communicating.
Yeah, it's flashing gang signs. Literally flashing.
It means non-binary. The 2 means non-binary.
I thought it was one in the pink. But never mind.
So they wait for them to be escorted, like 2 in front, 5 behind, or something like that, and then they just start fighting. And even though they don't have the phasers, just start kicking the absolute shit out of these furries. Yeah, I actually was kind of happy about that. But
the guy from Doctor Who joining their team for season 2? I can believe it. I can believe it.
I could believe it. They fight and they are winning without the useless holodeck idiot fighting so much that I'm like, okay, these furries have no chance. They're gonna be shoved.
The main character for once shows the only ability that you should have from jail. He can fight.
Oh yeah. And he's actually quite good at it. The choreography, I didn't watch it enough times to see if there were any big mistakes. I didn't honestly care. But despite all this, despite their by winning, they decide that the only way for them all to survive is if the lieutenant commander goes down fighting by himself. And I'm like, you guys were 10 seconds away from vaporizing them all with their own phasers. Why do you need him to sacrifice himself? And so they run away, but then he gets sacrificed and immediately they start eating him. And I'm like, you could, with the way your face is, you don't have the jaw strength for that.
It was ripped off from Lord of the Rings. It was like, meat's back on the menu, boys.
Oh, I thought that in my head.
They leave a half dozen phasers on the ground.
Yeah. Admiral, can you go back to the last screenshot with the Vulcan guy?
Oh, this made me so mad I had to walk away.
Fucking eyebrows. What the fuck is that? It's like a Sharpie.
Whoa, yeah.
What is that?
It's 25% different.
Should have really thin eyebrows that arch up. Yeah.
He's got a 5 o'clock shadow going.
He's Spanish. He's from the southern continent where Vulcan Spain is.
The issue here, the effeminate Vulcan cadet says a line there that made me throw something and walk away.
There was once a Starfleet officer who said the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. And I can't tell you how many times I quote people from 1,000 years ago. Just today, I looked out upon the frozen snow at Wasteland and said, let them eat cake. That's only 200 years ago. And said, I can't even, what's a quote from 1,000 years ago? I'm Joan of Arc and I am the rightful queen of France. I mean, I don't fucking even know.
Veni Vici.
That's 2,000 years ago.
Well, okay. My bad.
Joan of Arc was a guy. Come on.
My name is Charlemagne. Don't fuck with me. I mean, I don't know a quote. What's quotable from 1,000 years ago? Like Shakespeare is like 500 years ago. I mean, even
every single historical reference in this show is 20th century, either 20th century Star Trek or 20th century pop culture.
Or their own Star Trek from the early 20th
It's like century, 1,000 years went by and they just ignored it. And you know what? The Orville kind of does this too, to be fair. They reference a lot of 21st, 20th century stuff, and then they're supposed to be pretty far in the future. And I understand you have to ground it.
20th century.
Yeah, I understand you have to ground it in today, but you do that with one or two offs like tomorrow's yesterday. But or you do it in an episode of Voyager where they go back to Venice Beach when it was a homicidal catastrophe.
But
is it because we don't have enough episodes to pull that off?
Yeah, but every fucking episode of this has 20th and 21st century tropes and phrases and memes and everything.
The only way I could come up to explain it, guys, is if I was to say to Sean, "Thou black-livered bat, thou hast dishonored thyself for the last time," and like kicked him from the show. Like that's the way they're talking.
They also
Admiral Teag, incoming super chat.
Radioactive with a very generous $2 United States super chat says, "No quote from Patton or Admiral Teag." All right, I've got a quote.
Oh, we're coming to that.
Here we
I've
go.
got a whole page of them.
It's like, well, Admiral Teague, you can't go through that warp corridor. It's reserved for New Trek. The Pride people need a hero. Not the heterosexuals. Don't they need a hero too? How's that? How's that for a patent quote?
But this quote, the reason it's here is from member berries.
On Pulse the Messina.
This quote here is totally unearned. It's here as a member berry, and I fucking hate it. They wanted you to say, "Oh, that's the Spock quote." Ha ha! I remember Spock.
Yeah.
Even though to Paul, I'm sorry,
gets it wrong. It's not a officer quote. It is a basic edict of Vulcan philosophy.
Yep,
exactly.
Even to Paul says it, and it's acknowledged that it was even pre-Spock.
And so
pre-Steranite.
They can't even get this right because they're again referencing Wrath of Khan. They're bringing back Paul Giamatti because he's supposed to be Khan. They're doing a Kobayashi Maru because
he's Khan, but he's also John Harrison Khan. He's John Harricon as well.
I mean, this is what they're trying to do. And they even have a Genesis device. A Genesis plot device. Yeah.
They cavort around during every sequence between the two Academy Award winners. They act terrible. This is some of the worst acting you'll see in your life. They're chewing up the scenery. It's absolutely terrible. And they're given the worst dialogue. Like last time we saw Paul Giamatti, he goes, "Your whole world will come collapsing in on itself like an origami chicken." I was like, the fuck does that mean?
Well, a half
I've got a whole page
on Tellarite would know.
him.
And thank you, Radioactive.
And also in this scene, you have your gay Klingon talking with a dubbed over voice that makes him sound so constipated that he hasn't shit in 3 weeks. That's a direct note that I took. Just listen.
I can attest to that.
You're saying he's ready to sing. He's ready to front a Springsteen cover band.
Yeah.
I'm not I can't be the only one who's noticed that Bruce sounds like he needs to just relieve himself.
Yeah. Yeah. This scene, okay, they get stuck on the bridge. They're trying to break in. There's heightened tension here. What are we going to do? We're only like 21 or 17, or it depends on the week how old we are. We really have no actual real world experience except for maybe Prison Boy here.
And the other thing is this, and we're crucially short on women. There's mostly men here, so confusion abounds because, as we know, men aren't very take charge-ish in the world of Alex Kurtzman. So we have nothing but men. So confusion just abounds.
Except for one.
That's what we have. We have a few too many men. This is the most men we've ever seen in one place at one time in Kurtzman Trek. So it can't lead to anything good.
So yeah,
so you can't put women in danger in Kurtzman Trek.
Of course not.
No,
of course not. Unless it's to mansplain or to womansplain.
Are you saying if there had been a few more women, they easily would have overpowered the furries?
Yes.
Or we pretend they were in danger, and then at the end, like they never really were.
Can you imagine the backwards minds that write this sitting around the table? It's just like, at this point we could have a fight. It's like, all right, well, we better make sure to get all the women out of there, or it'll look too one-sided. We'll just win too easily. Oh yeah. Let's make sure that most of the combatants on our side are men. This way we'll lose, and it'll make sense.
Well, in the great part in this, I think if you just even forward it like 30 seconds, you'll get to this point where the woman does save the day, because instead of freaking out, acting like a mental defective.
Admiral Teag, incoming super chat.
Hey, Radioactive, thank you very much with a generous $5 United States Super Chat. It says, member in Teague Trek, when Admiral Teague said, "I'm not opening up hailing frequencies. I'm sending hailing torpedoes." Send a full spread. You know what? We've had a few Super Chats. It's time for maybe a little Admiral Teague media. Let's get a couple of pieces.
The word decent doesn't apply to me.
That was so controversial. Sir.
Sir.
Sir, we have to send for Albert Einstein. Sir, he's very busy. Sir. Sir. Sir, that was so controversial. Sir.
Sir.
Thank you, Radioactive, my friend. Thank you.
You end up to this point, right, where they're like, we have to turn the computer back on. How are we going to do it? And instead of acting like...
Can I ask a question? Does this episode have a cliffhanger ending, or did I get that wrong?
No, they ruined it. No, it does not have a cliffhanger ending.
Well, so much for the video I made. I'll record the other audio tomorrow, and we'll try to get it out on Monday.
It'll be all right. It'll be all right.
No one ever makes it to the end, right? I'll just leave they might retcon it, and I'll end up being right in the long run.
Maybe it was supposed to be a cliffhanger ending, and you picked up on that, but instead they failed to execute. They failed the landing. I wouldn't worry about going back at this point on it, Admiral. I'm sure the video is perfection everywhere else. So
I don't really feel like hearing it from the new Trekkies. I'm gonna fix it.
Okay. At this point, they have to have the hologram go in and try to turn the computer back on. And instead of acting like the mental defective that she is, because we saw Star Trek
Admiral
last week.
Teag, incoming super chat.
Go for it.
Sean, I'm going to give you tactical control of the con. I'll wait for you to fire. Thank you. The dead man says 6 Septuagenarius is something from more than 1,000 years ago.
Yep.
Well, the language is from more than 1,000 years ago, but isn't it the state motto of Virginia from when they leave the British crown? I just don't remember. I don't know. I guess it's maybe, yeah, sort of, probably. It's I'll have to. That's an interesting thought. I know it's what John Wilkes Booth said, and I know it's what's on the state flag of Virginia. And there's some controversy over what exactly it means.
So here you see, folks, and thank you, the dead man. Here you see, folks, she is no longer the special needs individual that we had to watch for over an hour last week about. She is now ultra competent, has the superhero ability of being able to put her fake electric lighting hand through solid matter, through the display panel on the bridge and into the computer of the ship and start turning things back on. And she can do anything with code, analyze any type of code, and it's just too easy. It's just too easy. We weren't born less than 7 days ago. We remember how she was too stupid to function last week. And
hi, Dave. Hi, Dave. Correct assessment. And also Simon Greenwald. Welcome to the show. Yeah, our special needs idiot hologram. All of a sudden, what I think is funny is this always happens. This has happened every time in this show. When we had people who couldn't, when we were trapped and we had to go out into the atmosphere, out into the vacuum to save everyone, they all of a sudden this person was like, "Oh, I'm from a species that just looks human. Look away for a minute." And like we see our actress look away. And when she looks back, he's like a purple lizard. He's like, "Now I can go out into space for a little while and it'll all be fine." So this week, the computer's down. Hello, Daniel. This week, the computer's down. And what happens is the hologram sticks her hand inside of it and just starts moving it around. And the computer starts to it's buffering and it's still reliving the last minutes of the disaster. And again, there's a sci-fi chance here to have a conversation where she's feels empathy for the computer, but she's just work a stupid thing. It's this is as dumb as an episode of Velma. So this computer, they're trying to get it back online, and she's got half a shot. She's kind of jury rigging it there, for lack of a better term.
Exactly. Because
there are other terms that we won't use.
You can't have the Gary Stu do any of this. We have to have the stupidest cadet ever in Starfleet history do this. I don't know if this happened right before this part of the scene or not, but we did see Lieutenant Commander get ejected out into space, into the frozen wastes, and they were supposed
the
to have
only
eaten
honorable
him.
thing in this episode where he sacrifices himself to give them a chance, which was the only good part of this whole episode.
Lieutenant Commander.
The guy who hadn't been off the ship for 6 months.
Yeah, he that's the actually only good part of this episode is the guy acted like a true military hero.
We had two firsts. We had a man being brave this week, and last week a man gave an instruction to a woman.
So when they
breaking new ground,
when they see that on the bridge, the obese cadet who ate her comm badge sees the frozen, only half-eaten lieutenant commander and starts trembling and gasping. Now, you all thought that she was having maybe a mental breakdown or an anxiety attack. No. False. The real thing behind it was she did not, because of the way this drill was set up and then the enemies came in, she didn't get a chance to go on break and replicate any nuggies. So her blood sugar got way too low and she's just hungry.
She wanted a slice.
When they escorted her back to the med bay, they gave her just sugary snacks. The doctor was like, fuck it, I told you to wear that insulin monitor. And
she wanted a piece of Lieutenant Commander. Like Milton, he didn't get any cake. And she wanted some.
Yep.
Why didn't I get to have a bite of the asshole?
Folks, you'll get the direct quote later on. Admiral, I do have a whole page of all of Paul Giamatti's lines.
I am not a fucking asshole.
Yes, you are, Aaliyah. But you know what? Come by my cabin later. This has been an extremely stressful review.
Yeah. So, there's Nia Nub. That's what I'm calling her, Nia Nub from Return of the Jedi.
She's got an okay face, but of course they nerfed that by shaving off her eyebrows and give her these weird face skills. Germ?
Yeah.
They've given up on her makeup too. She's just
they're just backlighting her hard.
Right.
Yeah, she really, you can see they started doing a nose ridge and gave up, it looks like. What's going on with the side of her nose?
Remember, folks, this is 10 to 15 pounds more than what she really is.
The makeup, as minimal as it is, probably constitutes a considerable percentage of her overall body weight.
This poor girl shaved her eyebrows for this role.
They have Holly Hunter walking down the hallway with music like she's all kind of some hard badass Ben Sisko, and she just is emotionless in one take, and you're like, no one's scared of this.
By the way, when I saw this moment here, all I could think of is I started to hear the beginning of The Hellion by Judas Priest and Electric Eye or some song
that would have been awesome.
Because
that would have been awesome
just
here.
like Space Rob Halford mixed with Neelix. He does have Talaxian weirdness to his hair and shit like that. Somebody in the makeup department, they're like, you really want him to be the costume department gave up. They're like, yes, we know you want the gayest of club jewelry. We know. We already know. Yes. It's we already, and the props department was like, yes, we know you want a Victrola and other things that you will keep and put in your house. We know that already. Yeah. Your wife is ordering stuff off Amazon right now, Kurtzman. We know.
So
just
keep in mind, he shows up about 5 minutes after chaos breaks loose on the ship.
From Inspector Gadget? It's not bad.
It's the divide by zero gauntlet, legally distinct from infinity. The divide by zero gauntlet.
Go. It's anti-derivative. Does it have the energy stone in it?
No, there's no energy.
Okay. So anyway, Grandma, her dentures pressed fully into place, gives Nosbraka her dirtiest look.
Grandma, when her dentures fell.
Yeah, this is where yes.
3 of
Hunter
10
and Giamatti when the bridge slipped. Look at her sitting over there across the room looking like Skeletor on the other side of the table. And then we've got
she's still more masculine than Jared Leto.
Absolutely. And we've got Admiral Vance here. He's the only person who has anything resembling a military uniform. It still sucks, but okay.
There's a firefight going on the other ship while all this scene happens, by the way. Just
right, we're at war. We're all we're going batshit crazy. And he says to him, all right, thank you for deciding to consult with us. And he goes, oh, I'm not consulting with you. You need me because I have what you need, which is the ability to rescue everybody. And I'm thinking, this is the guy who had an elaborate plan to jump their ship just in case it went past Deep Space Nine so that he could steal the warp drive over the course of 4 days. The brilliant criminal who had the 4-day plan to steal the warp core from the Federation flagship and academy. So, I guess whatever, Captain Joseph Kony doesn't have a problem with the kind of people she staffs it with as far as age and competence, but So like Admiral Vance tries to like play a couple of cards here, and like
He
Aki's
sucks.
sitting there eye rolling.
He sucks at it, dude.
He had nothing to work with, but he sucked.
I said the Admiral does not know how to do basic negotiation and acts like a total bitch. Needs to read the art of the deal. That's exactly my notes.
Even the art of the deal could benefit this guy. Yes. It's like, you know what? I don't see this negotiation going well. I'm beaming over my wife. She's going to take charge. When it fucks up, I'm going to divorce her and leave the whole failure behind.
So, but I was like,
that's basically how he handles the casino
fucking
failure.
Terrible. It's fucking terrible. Just awful writing. Just awful writing. So the terms,
the Furies are gay. They turned the Furies gay. The dead man. They changed their dating habits. Oh, I had to do my Alejandro Jones.
The Furies turned the freaking cadets gay. Yeah. Oh, they were already. I gotta tell you,
all of the frogs on the location that they shot this on became like asexual. You know how frogs can do that? All the frogs when they were shooting became asexual out of respect for the material.
So the terms given by Paul Giamatti, he demands that Starfleet stop supplying dilithium to an entire planet. That way he can commit further acts of piracy and theft against everybody that has to get between point A and point B. And that's all he wants for the lives of 4 or 5 cadets that have, compromised immune systems and intellectual disability, who probably would not graduate anyway. The main character is on the course for washing out. So
sourced off the people. Like, yeah, I would have like my avatar would show up looking like me at like 30. It's like, hey, how you doing? I'm suave, confident, young Admiral Teag, savage, young, good-looking guy. How you doing?
Could you imagine the Soviet Union capturing like 5 American service people and saying, "Oh, we'll give you these five soldiers back. All you have to do is completely disarm your strategic nuclear stockpile. That's all we're asking for."
We talked about this guy, Daniel. We decided he was a Chad, and yeah, he is the most chill guy in this show now because of what they did to him.
So the demand is totally
trying to hold the dentures in place. By the way, look at the corners of her mouth where the bridge is extended. That looks like painful dentures, doesn't it?
It does.
It just looks like she's always in a little discomfort. But she just wants to pop them out and just like give up and smoke more cigarettes. She's still smoking, by the way. As far as I can tell, all the research I did was that she gave up cigarettes, but she gave up tobacco, but still smokes. So we know how she was able to get through this show.
He's not even promising to rescue them.
I mean, then I would say she wrote it.
He's not even promising that his advice will work or that he'll do the rescuing. No, I'll just tell you how you can do it yourself.
Roll them and says that you didn't think you'd have to call me because you turned your cadets into little teen chicken tenders. And he chomps his teeth together a bunch of times. And they sit there and take it. I'd be like, all right, fuck you. Full frontal assault. I'll lead the assault team again. And I've said this about every New Trek show, and I'll say it about this one now. The only way to get anything done on a New Trek ship is when you walk on the ship, immediately blast someone, phase them to death, and then like phase someone to the point of like near death and have them screaming in pain and be like, now that I've got your attention, warp factor 3. Like that's how you have to do things in this world.
At this point, the deal that Giamatti proposes, stop giving dilithium to an entire star system so that way you can continue to commit crimes against those people for the lives of 5 cadets. I'm thinking that 5 capital ship assault right now sounds like a better deal.
I would point out that in our real world, it wasn't that long ago, 1980, the hostages in Iran, they didn't want to negotiate with them anymore. And believe it or not, Jimmy Carter got pissed off and decided that we would airstrike them. They approved an airstrike that would have killed 4,000 to 8,000 Iranian civilians. He didn't give a fuck. We fucked it up going in there, but the thing was the survival rate for the hostages was 50-50. We get 10% of them out. It was considered to be that far gone that, like, if we save 8 or 9 of these 40 people, that's better
was the
than
correct
we can
choice.
expect, because we're going to kill them all. And
that
it
was the correct choice.
And the way the raid went down was a terrible shame, because that was the right thing to do. And if we had devastated their fucking city with wave after wave of A-10 Warthog strikes, maybe they wouldn't fuck around so much now. Just saying. The hindsight's 20/20.
Yeah, so obviously they're at a point where the story should go to frontal assault and be done with, and throw Giamatti in the drunk tank, because he had like 7 shots of tequila in a minute and a half and gargled it. He gargled tequila. Who else here likes to gargle their tequila?
Color, right? He's not a human, so. Somebody have a short. Oh, Jerem, your neighbor.
Oh yeah. Those people are getting more and more on my nerves.
Her life's become a lot more exciting lately. Jerem's neighbor's just got a new boyfriend, and they have a battery charger. We'll put it to you. That was not a lightsaber you heard. Yeah. The things we go through for you people. We watch the show, and then we have to endure that. Jerem wants to go run screaming into the streets. At any rate, this is where I pull out my gold-plated Desert Eagle and just put an end to News Braca. But so Braca is here drinking booze. Yeah. Vance is the one hologram there. Vance is not a hologram. He's just teleconferencing in. This is how we Skype now. It had more gravitas up on a view screen. Just use the view screen.
It did.
And then News
now
Braca,
he's like, now we're alone.
And we can talk about the one mistake you made that you could never buy back when you let your kid die. This is new information out of nowhere. And this is where I start to wonder, did we film the entire News Braca confrontation in one big long take? And he's not even sure, like, if he's retaken over the ship, and they're not even sure where they're going to use this. This is just like standard villain extorting emotion and being a dick. And it could be used. It could have been used in the first time he took over the ship, and they could have used it now. And they know he's super dangerous. And now he's all drunk. And I guess for the first time, we have logic in Kurtzman track. Showing tactical.
Oh, hold on.
Having a little bit of wine, sir?
Admiral Teag, incoming super chat.
So, the frozen officer wasn't eaten after all.
He was missing like half of one leg below the knee.
Yeah, they ate some of them. I was going to say there were some parts. He had been chomped on a little. Good shot, Carter.
So,
a little delayed.
I love the minute they get alone in this.
Wine helps with this show.
The minute they get alone, he's like, "So, did you think of me? I
thank you, by the way, Radioactive.
A ton of times." And she's like, "No, I didn't wank off to you." And he's like, "Well, I wanked off to you all the time."
Yeah, that was so weird. Like honestly, who hasn't had this happen in their life? I've dated like the same girl on and off for like a long time, and like, you know, like we break up, we get back together, and I've gotten like that message, like, I still think about you. Do you think about me? It's like, you know, like life's about to get crazy and insane again. But it's like with these two geezers talking about like bumping uglies, it's exactly what it is. He's just like, again, if you didn't know, he's a Klingerite. He's a Klingon Tellarite. He's one of 2 half Klingons on this show, and yet another excuse for a mildly non-human, easy makeup job alien. And again, thank you very much, Radioactive Sir. You've joined the Q Continuum. Falling a little behind, so we'll in this confrontation, he just mean-spiritedly, pettily, and horribly just goes after her for the death of her son.
For minutes on end.
And you let him die. You didn't save him. You could have helped him, but you didn't. And the reason that she let him die was she had to save her own crew, which I suppose means that she would have died too. What was she at some third-party place, remote controlling both ships?
Yeah, exactly right.
It's like, you couldn't type 2 letters to 2 different people at the same time, so everyone's just like, fuck you. I mean, at this point, I shoot him. I shoot him.
You have so little time to rescue these cadets. You don't have time to be sitting around drinking tequila, negotiating, then going back to the Federation Council, let them debate it, then start going off on this conversation. It goes on for so long. That conflict on the other ship is done. By the time he even agrees to help, it's done.
Yep.
So
they gave us a weird time frame and two different intersecting ticking clocks, which we always fucking hate. And with these people, they don't like a ticking clock. It's just a plot device. They will like distort time. And when they have two different ticking clocks, like a minute will go by so much faster for one ticking clock than the other when it needs to. And it's like they won't keep them in sync. These are the rings of power people who gave you like the 4-day charge into day, into night, into day, into night to set up to try to justify their timeline in rings of power. They cannot handle the sequence of events. They cannot handle multiple characters. And they can't handle overarching season-long storylines. These are some of the worst writers.
Yeah,
so
and the editing is just as bad. Earlier in the episode, they say, Captain or Lieutenant Princess, she says, we're picking up energy readings from the USS concentration camp name. Yeah, whatever the fucking thing was.
Don't say the easy word.
Yeah. The repatriation camp name. We're picking up energy readings, and then it flips to that show to the ship, and he uses the programmable matter to restore the power. So she picks up the energy readings before he does the thing.
It's the proto matter. It looks like the Genesis wave is building, and then like Khan hits the fucking button.
Yeah, it was a complete editing failure. Like,
also about editing, if Paul Giamatti isn't on screen, there isn't a cut longer than 22 seconds.
They averaged 2.5 seconds a cut while I was watching for 3 minutes to try to get an idea. They averaged 2 seconds to 2.5 seconds per cut. The longest one I counted was 7 seconds.
Unless you're filming Paul Giamatti go on his monologue, then he's the only one in frame.
Even that, they're trying to stretch it out. He'll be like, I think, and then they'll cut away to like 3 people reacting, and you'll see the back of his head. He'll slowly raise his arms, and then he'll show his face again. Then I should go and kill a few people to make an example, or whatever it is he's going to say.
To be honest, I started skipping through this, Admiral. I was like, I had the subtitles on, and I just started skipping ahead. I'm like, I don't need to hear it again.
Yep.
Now, in this scene that you just went past, the bright idea from the cadet, because they don't actually have a Starfleet crew on this ship other than Cadet Master. The whole ship is actually run by like 4 people.
The Boy Scouts to fight the Kaiser and his boys in World War I for the fucking first Battle of the Marne.
Nia Nub's idea here, Project Genesis. Her great idea, because nobody else knows how to find cloaked ships in this century. They don't know how to use anti-proton beams. They don't know how to use tachyon waves or dechion beams.
Admiral Teag, incoming super chat.
Wes Gagel, sir. Sorry, I had to believe that a Tellurite would have sex with another race. It's hard to believe that a Tellurite would have sex with another race, much less carry the baby to term if they did. Arrogant people they are.
Probably.
The only context we have for that is Neelix, and he was like, I guess we met 1 and 2 other Tellurites.
Tellurites are from Enterprise that we'll see in like 3 weeks.
Oh, that's right. Tellurites.
Tellurite.
Talaxians are from Voyager.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I know who the Tellurites are. And, now that I think about it, aren't all Tellurites guilty of something, right? Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah, they went to an island.
So Project Genesis here sticks her arm into the computer and starts like messing around with it again, and they get it a little more online.
Project Genesis was on the bridge, Admiral, and her great idea, because nobody has they all forgot how to detect a cloaked ship. even though the Federation should have cloaks too, because the Treaty of Algeron is completely dead. But anyway, her
it's
idea,
at this point the fat idiot has a breakdown and has to be removed by kindly and supportive cadet Master Thought, who's like, take her to medical, and she's like all sweet and nice. If it was a dude, she would have like punched him.
So the idea here is they can't use their own sensors to scan the debris to see if the debris is bouncing off of things that it shouldn't be in this debris field with the cloaked ships. We need to launch a probe that very slowly moves from point A to point B that would evade detection. Now, the probe is going to have a power source, a heat signature, and an active scanning signature, right? And for some reason, the probe is going to do what the onboard sensors can't do. And they're going to do what everybody that was actually supposed to be in Starfleet has conveniently forgotten for the plot on how to detect cloaked ships. That as far back as Kirk, we saw exactly how to do this.
Or neutrinos. So, by the way, they really screwed this up. As you said, the sequence of events is terrible.
Yep. We finally get back.
Hold on, JT.
Yeah.
Cadet Princess also says, what if we do it at really slow, like sub-impulse slow? and let's remember, impulse can go speed of light. So she's basically talking thrusters.
Yeah.
But she says sub-impulse. So basically about 700 kilometers a second.
Well, but you can go impulse in space dock. It's against regulations, but
well, yeah. But they explain sub-impulse as really slow. So impulse is just basic slow.
But the speed of it has nothing to do with the alien's ability to detect it. That's the stupid thing.
Yeah, but she's let's go slightly under the quarter speed of light.
Yes.
Quarter impulse is about 0.25 C.
Yeah.
It's at this point, we after we remove our fat idiot from the bridge, that Man Hathaway starts having like a mental breakdown because she's starting to see through Caleb's eyes here and there. She's sensing him, and it's almost like he's her Anxiety. We skipped that part. The shot, their phaser rifle Anxieties. It was a phaser rifle Anxiety ceremony, Sean.
They do that in the same scene where they introduce a comic book that the hologram had illegally downloaded copyrighted material into her matrix and then gave this comic book to the computer.
Admiral Teag, please stop using copyrighted material.
Oh, it's not his fault the hologram did shit. And so she's going to have the computer get over the computer's trauma about what happened to the crew. And we get to see really bad AI art. I mean, it borderline. It's not the worst comic doodles I've ever seen. I mean, we all know where that is, but it's darn near close. And the comic book was supposed to be what happened,
and the people's arms and legs are the same. Like they were better with proportion and anatomy than that person.
So, oh yes, of course. But they made a fictional comic book that she's going to upload that explains how the real life crew all died.
I don't think it's like a fictional comic book. I think it's a comic book from our world.
So the comic book, it's like if you made a comic book about the Challenger disaster in like bright Marvel colors and then sold that to kids. That's how tasteless
that was my favorite comic book growing up as a kid. Awful astronaut disaster. That was my favorite. Like Kristen McAuliffe, like we get the the entire like vaporization of the crew, and the rug pull that they survived until splashdown in the Atlantic after a 12-mile fall. All the good upbeat stuff.
Exactly. And so this is how she's going to close the book for the computer, is to show how everybody in the comic book died in this real life event that was recreated in a graphic novel. And we get to see it And Admiral, sir, there's things I don't know about Star Trek. This ship is only 100 to 200 years older than this far-flung future. Why is the crew wearing the original series uniforms in the comic book?
Yeah, because the comic book, I think, is one of their failed comic books from our world that's filled with agenda and probably took place in our time. And their excuse is they're 125 years after it, but they're still like 650 years after that uniform.
Yes. So what the?
But wait, it wasn't it an Albertan superhero?
Well, there's a whole thing about Canada that I want to share at the end. Okay.
I've heard that superhero fights for trans rights. Isn't that true? That's what I heard. The Alberta
comic, yes. In that comic, yes.
The Alberta Flamer fights for Albertan trans rights.
But I don't think that's not what's in this failed comic book. So wouldn't this be a glaring continuity error? I mean, seriously, what the fuck are they doing? Anyway, we're never going to get the answer. It's just wrong. It's just wrong. She shows the comic book, and then you get what is it? The force field turns on, and it cuts off the arm. Because we can't have any less body horror than what we've already had, right? So, oh gosh, this show.
We can't stop now.
You guys, this show.
It's not Star Trek till someone loses an eye. Here's the comic book, guys.
And it reads the pages backwards. Did you notice that? It flips them from beginning to end, but it reads the right page before the left page with that vertical scanning bar.
Oh, so pretarded. Like
that's to avoid writing credit responsibility.
Or that was the only way they had the effect. Who knows? We'll see an equally bad fix when I go back and try to fix my Star Trek upload. But I figured it out. I could say, and this episode ends with a cliffhanger, or does it? I don't know. It didn't make sense. No one will hold that one against me because it doesn't. So the hologram programs this like Star Trek comic from our. Look how much text is in every box. What the fuck?
I don't think this is an anime or a manga. I don't.
Yeah, you know what? They created this with AI to be the comic book, I guess.
Of course.
I thought that maybe they retest a comic book that they had that failed because they've done.
I tried looking for the comic and it doesn't exist until this episode.
We would have heard about it by now, but if we hear about it tomorrow, we'll let you know. So here we go. Another thing that Alex Kurtzman just wants to buy to have in his house. His wife was like, I want a Victrola like my grandmother had. And he's like, okay, honey, I'll make another Star Trek show.
Oh, right before this, he picked up the model of the NX-01 that's like the Revell model, isn't it?
I got so fucking angry when that happened. I was like, get your fucking hands off my ship.
Sean, is that the Polar Lights?
Yep, it's the same one I gave to Admiral Teag.
I wrote in here that I was disappointed.
I saw it and I noticed it and I was angry. He didn't handle it with any reverence. He almost broke it. And I was like, if I could have jumped into my computer and started punching him over and over in the face, I would have. I was like, you motherfucker, you.
Yeah, and here we go. I'll turn on the camera.
I was hoping it was going to be the refit, and they didn't even have the refit.
This is it.
Oh, that's beautiful. It's the same one, and they spray painted the base.
Yeah, and they didn't even light it like I did.
It was nowhere near as well made as Sean's. They didn't look anywhere near as good as what Sean made for me. And their ship that they have out there in this asteroid field, the ship graveyard, has the same kind of saucer section as the NX. So I don't know what kind of rewriting of history they were trying to do. It was like an upside down NX was the way that ship looked. Yeah. And I had predicted that they would have an NX type ship show up in this show because they want their grubby hands all over Enterprise because they haven't gotten the chance to really truly ruin it yet. So anyway, like here's something that Alex Kurtzman's wife just wanted in her house. So we have a Victrola in this scene for no reason. Just And it's for the same reason that we had this.
This is a personal massager.
It's for the same reason we have that. Just no reason whatsoever. Alex Kurtzman had a collection of telephones around his house. He found a way to work them into the script. Remember those phones that we never got rid of?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and here she's trying to hold her dentures in. She actually doesn't talk at all in this entire diatribe. It's just one long monologue from Paul
I don't
Giamatti.
think they're in the same place. I think she came in and did the react shot later.
Yes.
We see from her
100%.
from behind a lot, and he just goes on and on. And like, I think they wove like 3 rants together here because it makes this show look focused. It was so tangential and wild.
And the issue here too is that he says that her Lanthanite language has no finality words, no words for the beginning or the end. I'm like,
no one ever finishes doing the laundry on Lanthanite or wherever the fuck they're from. And no one ever finishes, mowing the lawn or whatever they do.
You don't finish eating your dinner, you're going to go to your room. Like, come on. That is,
no one ever says, hey, it's your turn to sleep in the wet spot.
And then he goes on.
That is rather funny.
Come on, that was good. Come on.
I didn't know how to react.
I pushed back the microphone. I had to roll back over to unmute. I was already laughing. I don't know what
Paul Giamatti also goes on for like 2 minutes about how they're scared of her because she's the bad person. And I'm like, what? Why? What? This makes no sense. It's like 3 to 4 minutes where all the cadets are probably all dead now because they've taken too long drinking and holding negotiations, deliberating and talking about what they want to do with each other.
The Obama administration in space, like, we have an immediate emergency. We have to do something now. It's like, I've put together a blue ribbon committee that will meet at the end of the week. They will then pass their findings on to an inspector general, and a triumvirate of very qualified legal minds will make the decision by Tuesday. It's like, but sir, we have like 5 minutes. Like, well, it takes a while to get a blue ribbon committee together. We want to get the right answer on this, but they're going to delete the hostages. Like,
yeah, exactly.
The Obama administration in space.
It sounds like my work.
This
just asked himself. He works for President Obama.
We have the quote later. I have the whole page of quotes for Paul Giamatti that people can, step away from the computer if they don't want to hear such vulgar talk for a whole minute. Put your kids to bed, kind of thing. But this is the scene where Paul Giamatti admits that the necromonkers, half bat, half losers, are cannibals, which means I guess they eat each other. So why are they eating other species? Anyway, they want to eat Gaden's behind. And he goes on a way to emphasize that they don't like just eating anyone's behind. They like to eat Klingon behinds.
The way the line goes is, I saw them eat I've seen them eat like whole bodies. Klingon. No, I saw him eat an entire body, including the asshole. It was a Klingon, no less. And I'm thinking that's like saying, yes, I ate a giant piece of feces. It wasn't even mine. It's like, a distinction without a difference.
Yeah. And you're like, wait, what? This is just crass. This is just crass. I don't care if you're 16. You don't want to watch this. What the hell?
Most 16-year-olds would be like, Mom, you said, okay, for me to like girls. I just watched this Star Trek show and I saw what they turn into when they get old. It's like, no, Mommy doesn't do nonstop cocaine and still smoke at 68 years old. Holly Hunter, would you please put down the fucking smokes? It cost you all your teeth.
Yeah, but Paul Giamatti does clarify it. He says that and ends it with no cap.
That's right.
Yeah. Let's get past these losers.
We'd only call
past these losers.
let's just say that she's completely passive while she takes all the blame for her son dying in an uncontextualized situation where it was save a whole bunch of people or save only your son, seems to be what he said. And he's like, and you let him die. He died. He's not alive anymore. He's dead because of you. It's your fault. You let him die. He's dead. That's right. You could have lived forever. He's a Lanthrosite, but he's dead. He sure is dead. All right. Dead. That's what he is. He's dead. And it goes on and she just stares at him blankly. She could be like taking in information. She could be making an executive decision. She could be studying for weakness. But she's just getting hammered on here, and they didn't give her any direction because she's not in the room at the same time. So she gets the planet. We get the Planet X nod.
All right, let's get past these. I can't stand them. I cannot stand them. Okay. Now we have.
Helpik shows up to like he's kind of white, but he's probably gay, so he might have a good idea. Even though he's a man.
They're coming up to this point where they can't figure out what to do because they're still too incompetent. They have
the geniuses who brought these coal miners into battle.
Yeah, they have. So 3 of 10 shows up, tells the captain about her superpower with her brother present, and he
shows up just to stare at people. By the way.
Yeah, she reveals to us that her father, who was the president or chancellor of Beta Z, was deaf because of her superpower. She blew up his brain. He didn't die.
Blew out his auditory center.
His auditory nexus in his brain. And I was like, well, you could still heal that. You could still give him like an implant anyway, but it was okay. And it was why was it all okay? Because her brother was learning the trumpet that week, a human instrument. Yes, but because he was learning the trumpet that week, because you can just learn a trumpet in a week, folks. That it was so annoying that it was okay that she blew out her dad's brain.
And her brother,
but she's okay now.
Her brother was sitting there. Yeah, her brother's sitting there listening, like feeling his sister about to attack the father. The father's frustration, the sister's frustration. But the father, jackass that he is, he doesn't realize that his son is terrified for him. His son keeps playing the fucking horn anyway. And then his daughter's like ramping up a fucking like telepathic attack on dad. That's like
Admiral Sir. Member of the crew, yes. Is having difficulties keeping it together. This episode's too fucking dumb.
Well, that and I have to go and introduce my neighbor to a machete.
Oh,
in Minecraft.
Are they still
in
going?
Minecraft?
They are running at least 2-3 different devices, and I could only assume what they are.
Oh God.
You should go find out.
I'm going to just tell myself that it's a washer and dryer. I choose to believe it's a washer and dryer.
Still a better story than this
woman.
episode.
I don't picture it being anything else.
Germ, just do what I do. Live vicariously.
Holly Hunter's husband is probably living pretty vicariously too, right? Like, it's like keeps a picture of her 30 years ago next to the bed and just looks at that during sex.
Oh,
but I really do have to get going.
All right.
I'm sorry, Gerb. Take it easy, buddy. We'll see
Great to have you
soon, hopefully on Thursday. And take it easy, buddy. And then there were 3. All right, like we're at a breakneck pace, going to bring you up to speed. So Man Hathaway speaks up now about how she has telepathic powers, or whatever, how she's jacked into Caleb's brain.
On the Athena, they have their power shields turned on because they turned on when that lights up.
That is so.
They got that fucking wrong. Okay.
They forgot to turn it off, or they didn't think about it. Dumb. Rule of cool. No one
When
will
you
think
do
about
everything
it.
in one take, you don't have a choice.
They didn't have time to pull the armor off, pull the battery out, probably.
Oh, we forgot. We forgot a piece, I think, here, Admiral.
Oh no.
Oh no, we didn't. We didn't. It's coming up. I didn't want to forget that. But she has to take psilocybin.
KT talked about.
She
takes fucking mushrooms. She takes magic mushrooms. Which I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if anyone else can relate to this. You have to be in a very specific situation, but the last time I did psilocybin was like 6 or 7 years ago, maybe 8 years ago. I met my biological father, and he told me about the circumstances of his life leading up to my birth, which includes stuff like being in Vietnam in the middle of the Tet Offensive. And I thought about it for a couple of days, and I just called my guy, and I'm like, bring me over an eighth of mushrooms. And I took them, and I watched Star Trek all day trying to wrap my mind around it. And I was so incapacitated from the strength of the mushrooms that it cycled onto Star Trek Beyond, and I left it on. And it was the first time I ever enjoyed that movie. That's when I found the 3 or 4 things that I liked about it. I was like, oh, that part's kind of cool. I like seeing warp speed, like I like seeing the ship at warp this way, like piercing through space. There's a couple of, I like the music in this movie, but that was it. So anyway, then this happens. Guys, if you could give us a like, we would love it. 35 likes seems to super juice the feed, gets everybody watching, and also there'll be an upload later. We'll see if I can fix that one. So we panic and we cry, and this chick starts to have her telepathic communications with Jailbird guy, and whoa, she is just sucking the dentures back in right here. Here we have a moment of her actually, right here is a moment of her sucking the dentures back in. Anyone?
You caught it too. I have that in my notes.
Oh, is this the time code you had it at too?
Yeah. I also said that this is the point where she's talking about how Helen Hunter is worried about the plot. She tells the War College Slytherin house leader the plot is too simple. We have to be missing something because even we are bored with this plot.
Because this episode isn't long enough yet. As bloated and boring as it is. And guys, this is the most boring hostage crisis this side of the case for Stockholm Syndrome, where they're like, do you want us to rescue? It's like, no, it's okay. Send over more sandwiches.
Now, in every other Star Trek, they've been able to get off the bridge or the, ops by using Jeffries tubes. Apparently, there's no way off the bridge because this ship just doesn't have Jeffries tubes.
No.
Because the writers don't know about them.
Another long bullshit conversation. Then we talk about our jackassable plan. It's just jackassable.
She hits him though. No, but in that scene, she hits Paul Giamatti and nags him until he relents. So if you're a woman, that's all you have to do is hit a man and nag at him until you get what you want.
Well, that's true.
That's how he broke. That's exactly how he broke.
Yeah, that was cinema verite. This part was really bad, worse than anything we ever saw in Voyager. You would have to string together a supercut of Voyager and technobabble. It's like, if we release tachyon pulse through the neutrino field, the debris field will then be polarized against the hull of the ship, creating a singularity that when we turn on the engine for a moment, it's just, what the fuck? It went on far too long. Like it had 7 or 8 unnecessary Rube Goldbergish steps. This rescue plan. And if anybody remembers what the hell he was trying to do, please tell me.
He's saying that there was a secret prototype weapon A sonic weapon.
That's right. The sonic weapon. This is where the sonic weapon comes in. Sorry, folks. It's a lot of dumb to absorb.
We have those now. Those are not a prototype device. We have those for riot control right now.
Well, let's remember, these are sonic weapons in space.
Sir, we have to send for Albert Einstein.
So
that was great.
If they get sound waves to transmit through a vacuum, they've discovered some way to do this. The furries could counteract this pretty easily, especially after the first time they were attacked by it, by using headphones, active noise canceling, maybe sound deadening their ship a little bit. Earplugs can handle this.
And also here in Aki's quarters, she has another little rant she goes on. Like, this is her moment to be like Picard. And she's like for a minute it makes sense, and then like the dentures slip. It's like, and the thing is, I don't know if he's waiting for his line or he's supposed to be mystified anyway. But like the overall effect is uncanny because she loses like I don't know how to put it. She loses
Admiral
an edge.
Teag, incoming super chat.
Radioactive actual, thank you. They can make sonic weapons, but not sonic burgers. I wish that would have been like an enormously grounded moment if they would have been like, we can distract them with these sonic burgers. Like the Bob's Big Boy character, like we found her hero moment, you know, like the sonic weapon in space was jackasinine. I don't know why they keep quadrupling down on this. It's like Alex Kurtzman, if I had to speculate, did so much ketamine in fucking his clubbing days that he has brain damage, and he's like will not back off of like trying to convince everyone that like sound travels in space.
Oh, he's like quadrupled down on it at this point.
I saw someone ranting crazily that sound does travel in space and calling other people stupid for not saying
it doesn't.
There are like some circumstances where like something in space will explode, and if there's enough gas, maybe like you're talking about the sound wave moving so infinitesimally slowly and being so diffused that it's under. Like, what are you talking about? Sound in space.
It requires mass in a carrier wave. Which...
Carl Sagan got it wrong, but some maniac up in the Arctic got it right.
So somehow,
thank you very much, Radioactive, for the $2 grand Randy and boom back. Seattle, boom. We can send the Seattle Supersonics. What the fuck? It gets dumber. At least there isn't a Clarissa rule of the universe or whatever the fuck that's called. Yeah, it's all Fergus's fault. That was the brother's name, right?
In sound has a Doppler effect, right? In this weapon is going to decrease with distance in power and intensity.
And definitely shouldn't fly into its own emission of sound, because the sound of the speed of light that it's going many times of is much, much faster than the speed of sound.
Yeah.
So at least twice.
And I have a scientific example. In Godzilla -1, he shoots his atomic breath across at a city. We see the flash, and then later we hear the explosion, proving scientifically that light travels faster than sound. The Godzilla principle, ladies and gentlemen.
Sure. I can't stand these two on the screen anymore.
The only thing I really had to say was, is he, Sean, what do you think? Is he confused because he can't understand her, or is he supposed to be mystified? Is he waiting to deliver his line? And is he not acting?
Yeah, he's waiting for the line.
I love that Nerdrotic also thinks he looks like Grandpa Munster.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he can't understand a word.
Can we stop doing all of the scenes in her quarters? Can we like get into a real room on a ship?
So I forget if Man Hathaway is inside of his brain or not.
Yeah,
my brain.
She mind drapes him again in this scene after she took the magic mushrooms. Yeah.
Thank you all for supporting the New Trek stream because they could never be monetized.
And then in this scene, the cadets have to start doing all the work because they couldn't afford any of the people that they hired for the actual crew this week. You had the immune compromised descendant of Pride Weather. You had the WWE fighter. You had the obese curriculum leader with, I call her Lieutenant U-Haul. You had DEI Asian man in there. None of those people are in this episode, and they all should have been on the bridge.
Yeah, but what was great was no Jet Reno.
Now, in this scene, it's really funny because we're all supposed to laugh because they're going to bring the singularity drive back online through some
only singularity drive the Federation has ever been able to make. Again, 800-year-old technology, sirs and madams. It's just like, JT, I saw this man. He had a piece of wood with some sort of string or filament on it. A second piece of wood, longer, more slender, with a pointed piece of stone at the end. And he pulled the string back and released it, and the other stick flew through the air, and it killed a deer, sir.
Yeah.
Can we figure it out? Can we reverse engineer this miracle weapon?
Now, this scene,
I'm just surprised they haven't called this the cis drive.
I have in here that Gaiden is mad because he
levels up to nominal, sir.
Gaiden's mad because main character starts acting up, and then he has to say, "Oh yeah, 3 of 10 talks to me in my brain. We're linked," and he's like, "Wait, so you guys had sex?" And he gets this look on his face like he was so disappointed that he didn't get to have sex with main character. And then main character grins and smiles at him and says, "Yeah, and this is exactly how I wanted you to find out too." What the hell?
It was really weird. Yeah, because there was a couple of moments,
passive aggressive gay lover moment here. Like what?
But earlier there was like a gunfight that relents for a couple of minutes and then starts again, right?
Yep.
So like when they're firing at each other with the phasers, Pryden and is it a War College guy or is it another Starfleet dude?
War College guy. Yeah, they have their gay moment.
They're like they just fought off these like Furies for the moment, and like the other guy reaches out and puts his hand on Jaden's like thigh,
his knee, or yeah.
And Jaden looks at him and they look each other in the eye for a moment. It's just like, now that we've killed together, oh, love, which makes you wonder how any like army in the world ever got anywhere after every victory when the guys just start fucking each other for a while. Like, who knows? So anyway, not so smart hologram does this. And this is where we start to track the debris being moved around by the hidden ship. JT?
The hidden ship. We get the double cross exposed, right?
Yeah.
This is after the next. Sorry, I was distracted because I had my notes. The they, them, Hadar lumbers across the bridge like a morbidly obese black woman trying to run. Because that's what my eyes saw.
She ran across that bridge like Stacey Abrams running for governor.
Yeah. Then the ship decloaks and Helen Hunter slurs her speech horribly as her dentures come loose, and she screams that son of a bitch.
Yeah, and they're just like, some people are absolutely mystified. You have to watch the actors around her. They can't believe like what's going on. They try to like act, but she's it's getting worse and worse. There are like by the middle of the episode, she's only hitting 30% of her dialogue.
And it's one of these, I'm supposed to be peak angry about the double cross in like just roiling with rage, and she messes up the line so much. and you're just like, they're trying to ruin her career. That's the only way. Like, why would you not do a second take here?
I think not getting like some other way, like buying gummies and quitting smoking every day probably ruined her career. Like she chose that over keeping her teeth at some point where they're like, lady, you're not gonna be able to talk. And she's like, sure, I will.
Do a second take, change it in post.
Let her do the dialogue replacement, anything.
Do some effort.
Unless there was already so much dialogue replacement that they were afraid that it wouldn't even seem like she was there. Because at least she seems a lot more present than, say, Michelle Yeoh in Section 31. Well, you didn't even feel like she was there.
But you're totally right.
Feel like she's there.
The rest
does add validity to. This all adds validity to them being cut off from the studio. All the reports and rumors and stuff.
And that the studio hung them out to dry by leaving the comments and reactions open on YouTube.
Yeah, they're like, no, you were good with this at first. You're not fixing it.
And I believe Tachyon and JDA have now adjusted to, they don't know if season 2 will happen, and they think that maybe they might be fired sooner rather than later.
I think they have cause to not air season 2.
And I love Tachyon's take. Tachyon's like, now, the social agenda isn't really a problem, but there is some legitimate story aspects that don't add up. And I'm like, wow, he's all for all this stuff that's in this show. And he's still like, but it's a garbage wreck. It's like, it is just a trash. He's like, couldn't love the woke stuff more, but it is a trash fire. Like that is basically the Tachyon Pulse's assessment in a nutshell.
Although go watch his stuff.
Well, they don't correctly represent socialism, so.
Listen, Tachyon Pulse, a grown man who has his own X account, and his X is a little bit controversial. You can think of it what you want. We have heard about these stories about what's going on in England and that some people really, really hate it. But it stands to reason that since it did happen, there's probably some people who really do like it. So Tachyon Pulse just happens to be, I guess, we would call him modestly woke. The thing is that he is a very personable guy and he's pretty nice. We'd like to have him back. And if people want to ask him about that, as long as people don't call him a piece of shit or something, like he will hold forth. And the one thing I will say, like, we don't agree with him, but he did bother to read the U.S. Constitution a little bit. He does get it. He Googles what he says or something. He's raw. Like you may not agree with him and you may not like his interpretation of it, but he's not citing the wrong part of the Constitution. I'm not saying he's right in his interpretation. He's trying to do the work. He's showing intellectual validity to his belief in it. Like, we don't endorse what he does, what he says, and like if you use Grok to check, like, I have like almost no political takes ever on YouTube. I try to stay and on X, I try to stay away from it. And I think if I was to start weighing in seriously all the time, people would be like, it would be like what happened to Bad Bunny. It's like, he's this guy in a sparkly suit yelling, dance, dance, dance. And then all of a sudden he wants to be like, shows up one day thinking he's Bono. People are going to say, shut the fuck up and go like review some Star Trek. And they would probably be right. So I keep most of it to myself. God knows I've been wrong a few times too.
Good plan.
And I've been wrong a lot. I've lived long enough to become the villain on a few topics. I was wrong about stuff. I've had to change my mind about stuff. And we didn't see pattern shifting over the course of several elections as heavily as they did because people didn't change their minds. They live among us. They are us. Okay. Like, there's no shame in admitting that you heard things that sounded a little better and you changed your mind.
Our
Alex Kurtzman could start doing that.
Our criticism
Alex
of this
Kurtzman
show
could start doing that.
Tries to be objective. And when we say, this identity, that identity, it's because that's why they picked this cast. That's why they picked that writer. That's why they picked that producer.
Was it on Doomcock yesterday that they're saying that Kurtzman is known to just stomp around the office to having a Trump dementia meltdown all day?
Yeah.
Okay. But by the way, does anyone not believe that?
No, that's evidenced by his own speech.
Right.
I think he's absolutely. I have to tack back from something I said. I think that ever since Alex Kurtzman realized that he's more likely to end up broke than rich, he has like fully embraced communism, because he used to be, in my opinion, the most mercenary and phony person ever. But like he's been pumping communism pretty hard for a long time now. And that is my subjective opinion. And you know what? It's not like he can pull out like a little red, white, and blue book. He has a little red book, in my opinion. He can't pull out a little red, white, and blue book. And
no,
say,
there's nothing. There's nothing.
I would point out we're not going to get a bicentennial episode of this Star Trek, whereas even the animated series had one.
Right.
There's nothing about Kurtzman that is remotely capitalist.
All right, we're getting close to the finish line here, aren't we?
He somehow has managed to create a non-story in an environment where you're supposed to compete and develop the worst writers by being anything but a capitalist.
It's very hard to see because this image just shows how poor quality their CGI is, so they have to smoke everything out. In the center, you see the derelict vessel, the
no, that's the
Athena. Or is it the Athena?
That's the Athena. It's fine. What's happening is the Yakuza's taking a few hits. The Athena finally decides, hey, we are like the strongest ship in the entire galaxy. Maybe we should use some of our fucking weapons and try to like save our cadets. The ship in the foreground is Paul Giamatti's ship. And
then in the bottom left,
that is Fury's ship.
Way down in the bottom left, you have an Intrepid
position.
You have what they call an Intrepid class ship. Now, Intrepid
class,
not as big as Galaxy class, but still a tough ship. The ship blows up with 3 torpedoes. 3 torpedoes from Paul Giamatti blows up the damn ship.
And Paul Giamatti's ship is another thing that can exist in real space. As you can see, most of it's empty space. And the parts of the ship, like they move in tandem, but like this ship is 3 identical parts that move apart and that spread apart and move back together. It's dumb as fuck. It really is. It's dumb as fuck.
Wasn't there supposed to be 5 starships at the ready here?
Yes.
Yeah, we only end up sending 1. I guess this.
Well, yeah, they said, well, yeah, they don't need to.
Because
you know what? Let's Hunter respond.
This ship had the secret weapon.
Yeah, this is the ship with the sonar weapon.
Oh, that's right.
So that's all we need. And it doesn't even like the closest thing we've seen in this stupid fucking show to a Starfleet design, and it has an arrowhead shaped saucer section. It doesn't have a saucer. So dumb.
Oh,
so
also,
anyway.
Yeah, so it blows up.
There's the Mirazaki. Hirohito.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
There's the Hirohito.
Oh, jeez.
The USS Manzanar.
Controversial. Buddy Hepburn's right. Maybe they didn't have shields up. They are all one big happy fleet. Now,
are shields even a thing? Because they don't talk about it at all. They don't go through their Star Trek talk. I don't think shields are a thing in this world, guys.
No, Captain Cottonmouth does order shields to maximum. Which, by the way, like whoever orders shields to half, shields to half, I don't think they're that dangerous.
I think maybe Picard did once when he got attacked by those 2 planets for Neo Regis Acuna, and they're
no, he said phasers to half power, not shields.
That is true. It's like,
but shields to 1/4. I don't think they're that big of a threat. Let's not overdo it.
What we need to see is the screen from the Wrath of Khan, where it has the little lights that go around the silhouette of the ship, and it just goes boop, 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 boop.
Yeah.
That would be great. Anyway, so we have a throwaway line from the very special hologram where she says, it's the only singularity drive ever made.
And this is where we just Twinkie the kid, the British guy, just fucking shows up here and says his lispy British bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah, there's also a bunch of fighting on the ship now because, of course, the furries finally break through the level 10 force field.
With their lightsaber.
Yeah.
It has that whole...
Yeah. Gaiden protects his boyfriend during the fight.
Yeah, it was so homoerotic and weird and dumb. And
no,
then, by the way, more effort put into that part of the plot than most other parts. It was at least in frame and stuff.
Yeah,
like that was what they cared about.
The Vulcan cadet steps in front of the furry when the furry is going to fire a phaser at main character for zero reason, because he gets vaporized immediately, and then for some reason the furry doesn't fire like rapid shot at the main character right behind him. So he sacrifices himself. He doesn't get vaporized, but he gets killed for no reason. There's no reason to hop in front of that phaser. They're not friends. Main character's not in charge of the expedition. So there's no like leadership reason why you would do this. He just steps in front of the phaser and the furry fires at him point blank. Why? Why did we do that?
I noticed.
Which, by the way, the episode where singularity drives are established is Timescape from TNG.
Thank you. That's the one with Deanna, right? She wakes up a Romulan.
No, that's Face of the Enemy. Timescape is where they encounter there's like, it looks like a battle between the Enterprise and a Romulan warbird, but it's really aliens are trying to nest their young in the Romulans'
right.
Singularity warp core.
And by the way, guys, here we have it. The poll is live. Go ahead and hit it up. Let me know what you think.
But I might be wrong, because according to these assholes, I'm not a real Trek fan. Fuck you.
Yeah. That was deeply offensive to me too when they were carping about that. So anyway, it turns out that like through some clairvoyance, Man Hathaway is able to get some information to and from Caleb, but she does this at the expense of tearing out her implant. And what I thought was real great about this was there wasn't a ton of blood, and she didn't keep gushing blood forever like some scene from The fucking Shining, like most other Kurtzman Trek with the blood. So that was a pleasant surprise. And is this the that's very controversial?
Yeah, it was
not so straight moment.
Well, we know one kind of implant she doesn't have.
And one kind and that she will never ever be subjected to sex with a man. Could you imagine the intimacy coach after where they had to do that edging scene?
Here you go. Boom. No reason for that. Actually, the guy's arm was like up way a long time, and he held it there for seconds. So that way, when they move the camera, he could stand in front of it with his eyes closed.
Yeah, with this fight, think Last Jedi, folks.
Wouldn't you run up to the guy and try to lift his arm up so he would fire the phaser at the ceiling or down at the floor? No, he makes no attempt.
Just accepting that he would have used his ranged weapon to kill me if I don't use my ranged weapon on him right away, since we're staring each other down. But no, these guys decide to fist fight instead.
Vulcans are 8 times stronger than humans. This one is soy fed, so we'll give him 4.5 times stronger than humans.
Fighting a guy in pain, you should have an advantage.
There's no reason he couldn't do a pinch or break his arm, do something. This is bullshit.
Right through his face.
But don't worry, folks. In the middle of this fight scene, it all gets ruined by like a 4-minute interlude between 3 of 10 and main character, where she cries, he cries, they both cry. We don't know what they're really crying about. She's like, I did something and I need to look at flowers now, because every episode of Kurtzman Trek has to reference flowers for some reason.
Yeah, he's like Elton John that way. He's obsessed with flowers, dancing, music, and stuff like that. Nightclubs. He is still, God bless you, Kurtzman. I know that like when my time came and I got old enough that I was like calm enough to be able to just go to like a sedate place and have a drink. I was just like, gee, maybe I don't need like screaming lights and sirens. Like Alex Kurtzman is the kind of guy who had a techno playlist to listen to when he sat around the house and relaxed.
All right. So he's obviously deleted at this point.
If I said to Kurtzman, do you like Pink Floyd? And he goes, I do love Pink, but I didn't know her last name was Floyd.
Yep.
I'm going to guess
All right.
like Jagged Little Pill is up there in his favorite album collection. I mean, this is the kind of energy this story has. It's just like Jagged Little Pill, sort of garbage. So I forget if this character dies. I hope he is.
Oh, he
dead.
does.
Is
He 100%
yeah,
does.
cool.
He
All right,
100%
cool.
does.
We don't even try to save his Contra. Cool. Piss that away. Just good.
Yep.
He was a dick anyway.
Then here's the 3-minute scene of them crying together, and he gets so mad that she screams in her mind, but it's perfectly targeted at this point to only delete the furries, and the furries just their heads like explode out the side of the neck.
She's the sonic weapon.
Yes.
Yeah. And by the way, like I can blow people's skulls apart with my mind. Date me. Oh yeah, all right, sure, absolutely, definitely, you're top of my list.
There's an episode of the Twilight Zone about this with a little boy, and they all have to tell him he's a very good little boy, and he's the nicest little kid, and everybody loves to spend time with him because they're all prisoners of his mental telepathy and power, that he can read their mind, and he can also like create things and delete them. And
with the kid from Lost in Space.
Oh, was it the same
Billy
kid?
Mooney? Yep.
Yeah.
I did not know that piece.
Will Robinson. Yeah, and he reprised it in the 2000 reboot of the Twilight Zone. And he had a daughter, and it was a worthy Twilight Zone story. It wasn't the Twilight Zone, but if you can see It's Still a Good Life, the episode from the 2000s Twilight Zone, it's with Forrest Whitaker as the host. So weird. So weird.
Yeah, sorry, buddy. We're talking about real science fiction. I in no means intend to compare one to the other.
Buddy, looking good there. Great picture.
Yeah.
Oh, handsome young lad. With that beautiful, gorgeous red hair. Oh, yeah. Another thing, like, this is like Alex Kurtzman like makes a show and it's an excuse to redecorate his house. There's a Tiffany lamp he's going to take from production too, along with that Victrola. Yeah,
and
that's going.
Why does he have like jade bench seats?
I don't know. I hope his wife knows that he's going to put that stuff at his boyfriend's house. I mean, if there's one person we could say that about who would never be like, you know what?
So what ends up happening here, they shoot Pew Pew. The bad guy ships leave once she screamed and killed a bunch of them. Paul Giamatti.
I had something occur to me here. Let me go with this one. I found out why their shoes are so preposterous and why everybody, including the doctor, wears jack boots. In the picture of the Klingon walking up in his dress at the press availability, next to the Starfleet Academy logo was the John Fluvog shoe company logo. I only know about this shoe company because I dated like this kind of wild chick when I was in college, and she had like crazy Gene Simmons platform, like dominatrix kind of crazy boots that she bought, and they were made by that company. And like, so they're still around making like somewhere like a cross between like Uggs with a BDSM sort of twist to them.
That's weird.
And as you can see by looking at them, I'm kind of right. Like, well, I mean, they look like goddamn ski bindings. Am I not right?
If they're not 8-inch platforms, like like Princess Admiral daughter Nia Nub, because she wears
If you
about
put
8-inch
these on to
platforms.
Donnie Wahlberg, he could play for the Knicks. I'm sorry, for the Celtics.
Yeah. Yeah. So right here,
We're
they're
going
all
after everybody
commiserating
tonight
at
as we
the
get
end.
into the home stretch.
They
That's
said
it.
that Paul Giamatti played the feds so bad that as soon as he set this whole trap, he got the hell out of town before the phaser started firing. As soon as Triangular Voyager showed up to get blown up immediately, he left, skipped town,
Despite
to the
Athena shooting at his ship like 4 times.
Yeah. The Athena, or sorry, not the Athena, the Giamatti ship went to the secret weapons starbase that has 2 poor defenses to protect itself.
Let's call it the sphincter, since he used that word like 3 times. In this episode.
Yeah. And then they didn't destroy their own research or secret weapons or any of that. He boards them, deletes a bunch of people, and takes all the research and leaves. So he captured Genesis, basically. And they mentioned that the Discovery is there still picking up the bodies. Why mention the Discovery again?
Because next week we're going to see all those assholes.
And then you have Admiral, administrative assistant for this lady over here, Sam. The number one goal for Starfleet is now revenge. All they're going to do is go after this guy and try to delete him.
Oh, Moby Dick reference.
Yep. And by the way, tuck your tail between your legs. Go back to San Francisco because you guys fucked up so bad. You need to return back to base, and all of your cadets and crew are going to have to sit with quote unquote trauma counselors. To fix what happened.
Did they may have even said that, because when the chick had to break,
they did.
Yeah,
they did. Gen Z fucking language.
So is this their way to deal with like something like if there's a word I can use, something like a land park incident? Are they trying to invoke like they brought their school to the most dangerous place?
Yeah,
and it got shot up.
So the recap on this is they have dead Starfleet officers or deleted Starfleet officers, deleted cadets, an entire Starfleet vessel was lost.
I think a starbase too. Right?
Yeah, the starbase was functionally destroyed. Lots of researchers lost their lives. They lost a ton of their research. And
of course, the Discovery survives.
In all of that because they couldn't use the holodeck. All of that because you couldn't use a holodeck.
You would figure they have like
job.
a holodeck the size of Giant Stadium too.
Yeah, well, of course. I'm sitting here going, this is criminally irresponsible. In my rant earlier, you go back and listen to it, folks, if you want. And like all of this death and destruction because you wouldn't use a holodeck, because the writers don't know about holodecks, because they didn't need to read about them this week for this script. This is how dumb and utterly perverse Kurtzman Trek has become. People want to say, well, this wasn't as bad as last week. Now, last week had emojis and dick jokes. Well, this week I've got a page of Paul Giamatti lines we can read through after this, but this is offensive in so many other ways. And there you go. They throw a stupid comic book on his dead body, by the way.
Of all the tributes to Wrath of Khan I've seen in all of my Star Trek watching, this was the most preposterous, maudlin, despicable, and enraging.
Yep. They're back in this room again, Sean, that they did the music. That was the music hall. This is where they Yep.
They move some stuff around. They're pretending it's the torpedo bay.
Yeah.
And I love how in the future people's clothes need to be asymmetrical. It's just we're dicks now.
Anyway, Then there's a final speech. There's a final speech after they all resolve to get revenge, where Paul Giamatti talks more shit to her, and they're not in the room together. You cannot convince me that they're in the same room. When is she going to show up to work?
Remember good Star Trek? That's when this came on, and I just kept watching.
Guys, when is she going to show up to work? Why is everything filmed in like her leisure house? Where's the conference rooms? Where's the ready room?
I'm going to be honest. I think the deal is they're like, don't worry, Holly, we'll send the people to you. Don't worry, Holly. We have some set dressers who can just make your spare room look exactly like the captain's quarters. Don't worry, Holly. We have some chromatic cloth we can hang up. Oh, Holly, don't worry about it. People will totally be able to understand you. No one's really going to be watching anyway. Don't worry about it.
You think?
Holly, check cleared. And they're like, Holly, that $700,000 we gave you for those 2 days work. Yeah. It's going to be a few more weeks before we get any more money. You don't mind just like hanging loose for a while, right? You can buy plenty of cigarettes with what we gave you, right?
So here we go, Admiral.
I can't believe she still fucking smokes.
Why not?
That really teed you off, man, didn't it?
Well, considering how much money I'm going to sink into my teeth this month just because of this show, I want to thank Alex Kurtzman for refocusing me on repairing all my teeth. I'm going to go like a couple of grand in debt and get like every single cavity worked on and have all my teeth sealed up and stuff like that. So I have them for another 20 years or so. And I'm never going to smoke another cigarette again in my life or another joint.
Right.
But I'll chew tobacco till I die. No, I mean, come on. Yeah. There's a limit. I mean, obviously, Admiral nowhere near as old as Holly Hunter. I don't know what she quit smoking tobacco, but she lost her teeth and she still smokes. So she's an asshole who smokes cloves just so she could have like filth on her teeth and continue. It's like, I already lost the teeth. I might as well smoke. It's like, if you think this sucks, imagine dragging an iron lung with you. I can't wait for season 2 where Admiral Akbal has like a fucking like little suitcase that she puts down next to her and like holds her throat closed and she's like, she's going to be like Val Kilmer in that movie about his life, which I don't want to mock. I love Val Kilmer, but it's going to be like that.
Sage advice, Dave Milner. If you want to keep your teeth, also avoid the crystal meth.
At this point, I'm honestly, with the amount of wealth she had and the time frame in which she was famous, it would be kind of hard to believe if the cocaine didn't come into it a little bit. But like maybe she just like had like one too many like raging parties, or maybe she was just a total fucking hippie who didn't brush her goddamn teeth for days on end. I don't know. I know that like I did the research on this one, and like every interview I saw, it said like she was a chain smoker.
Yeah.
Well, if you think about it, she's totally different now than she used to be in her delivery and her demeanor. When she was in all of those Farrelly Brothers movies or is it the Coen Brothers movies? Because her roommate was Frances McDormand. That's who got her into smoking.
Interesting.
She started in the 80s when 2 Academy Award winners, ladies and gentlemen. But she's in the movies that Frances McDormand's husband and his brother make. Like
was Fran a member of the extended Philip Morris family?
I think she probably got it together and quit smoking by now. But she was the chick from Fargo, Frances McDormand, the pregnant detective. And her husband is one of the writers, directors. And like Frances McDormand has a couple of Academy Awards. She can act, but she keeps getting into great films because her husband makes them. But I mean, that aside, like Holly Hunter is in all those same movies. She's in Oh Brother, Where Art Thou and other movies by those people. And like just the time frame of her fame and everything else, like either she was just a crazy hippie who wouldn't brush her teeth, or she was always described as a chain smoker. And like the 80s just sounds a little late to start because she was already like 32.
Yeah.
She's not young.
Yeah. Well,
you figure if you make it to 30 without smoking, you're set for life. But
you pretty much are. It's earlier. It's younger than that, actually. It's a lot
maybe
younger
she
than
started
that.
doing it to control her weight. I don't know.
Maybe.
Or she took up cocaine and cigarettes go great with that. I will say this: Holly Hunter is a lot mellower, slower, and speaks a lot slower now than she used to. Part of that might be because her teeth could go flying out of her mouth. I'm sure there was one time then they absolutely tried to save it, but her teeth, they're like, we want to like take your teeth and like give you these blue or chroma code green dentures. Wow. Well, if they fly out, we could just, erase them in post. And what you did.
Yeah. Okay.
Fuck you. Like,
all right.
It sounds like Mike Tyson, but worse.
The moments we've all been waiting for. The best lines were all said by Paul Giamatti this week. Shall we go through them?
Guys, this is all going to be very offensive. So, get small children out of the room, and those of you who are offended by profanity, because they were worse than a WNBA team.
I have 14 lines.
You can just end the sentence there.
Yeah. A WNBA team on an extended losing streak.
So these
Juana Man with like level profanity.
These are lines from Star Trek, Starfleet Academy. Line number 1. This is when Paul Giamatti first walks in the show. Oh, Nala, my space boo, my solar flame, my interstellar bestie. That's Star Trek, folks. 2 sentences later.
That was really difficult to endure when he did that too. And by the way, while he's doing this, he's going with his tongue and like he's moving frenetically with his hands. Like while he's saying this, he's like, my space bestie.
Yes, exactly.
That's not exaggerating.
No, that's perfect.
Not exaggerating much.
So 2 sentences later, the hills are alive with the sound of murder.
Yeah.
And then 2 more sentences later, I'm wanked, spanked, and ready to be a diplomat.
Yeah, as he's drinking and he goes, that's just tequila talk.
I would love for Lieutenant Tuvok to say that. Would that not be awesome?
No,
I think Tuvok has a lot of morals about it. Let me ask him, Tuvok, would you say it?
Doesn't anyone see that this is wrong?
No, Tuvok's against it. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Then here's the next one, and I had to edit it for YouTube. I had to edit this one for YouTube. This is where he is talking about the furries. Okay, and he says, "I can't control those guardians." Here's what you need to get about the furries. They hate being furries. Yeah. They're in ball clenching, sphincter puckering pain all the time. The only relief they get is just splooging it all over people.
Oh, it sounds like a Minnesota protester.
That's Star Trek for you, folks, courtesy of Alex Kurtzman.
I would just point out that there was never any circumstance, including the lights of Zatar, that poorly explained. I got nothing that bad. Like Spock's brain, like, is there an intellectual basement to where you can't go any lower? I used to think so. I
just, and folks, this is why I said don't have your kids listening at this point, because I don't know how to explain that to like a middle schooler. I'd be like, this is why we talked about using careful words at school so you don't go to detention. Anyway. Okay, next line. He is talking and berating and this is during the negotiation. He said, I used to say, Lucifer, This he's talking about his dad. His dad used to say,
Lucifer.
Lucifer, if you want to be a really excellent bad guy.
It was Lucifer. I backed it up and listened to it again.
Oh, you did? Okay, because all I heard
is News. Now I call him News, like fake news.
Okay.
But his name is problematic if you say it the way they say it. His full name is Lucifer.
Because I listened to it 3 times. All I heard was Lucifer. If you want to be a really excellent bad guy, so people truly hate your guts, LOL, control the flow of traffic, boy. What? And
I'm wearing this jet hat not because it's appropriate, but because I deserve it. I mean, this is the only hat I deserve to wear.
Lion's hat on here. Let me get my Lion's hat on.
JT and I have a unique advantage here. Like we root for the 2 of the worst football teams in all the world. So like it's really good preparation for Star Trek.
Yes.
Really good preparation.
Now that I have my Lion's hat on and my ears back on. Okay. Next line. This is also where she's like, we don't want to negotiate with you. And he says, well, your cadets are about ready to be tender, tasty teen cutlets in a little while. And then he clacked his teeth, which I'm not going to do because I don't want to chip my teeth.
And they used the worst sound effect. It was like chomp, 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 chomp. It sounds really fake.
Yes.
Yeah, so teen cutlets, everyone. The same teens who went drinking last episode.
And had a sex scene.
Yeah.
It's totally accurate. Yeah, is it exactly Peter Venkman fan site?
He says after
for a while we've left our audience behind. It's just like
after
they're on fire.
After Admiral Administrative Assistant leaves, Paul Giamatti turns to the captain here, or the chancellor, and says, well, this is nice. Alone at last. Did you ever think of me? I thought of you all the time. And he has like this perverted look on his face, like, yeah, I spanked you in the shower like every other day. Kind of look.
Yeah, if I'm a guy like Braca, fake news Braca, I would have like a harem of Orion slave girls and never think about Commodore Aki again, Captain Aki again. I'd have like a Captain Aki pinata, maybe.
Exactly.
I wouldn't be thinking about like again, Sean, like throughout the episode, like when Jennifer when Jennifer when the camera, wouldn't you be like, she chose poorly?
Yeah.
Jennifer Aniston drank from a false grail, ladies and gentlemen. It's hard, right in front of our eyes. She's like rapidly aging during the show. Holly Hunter like has hit 80 during this episode, and we're only about 45.
Well, she looks good for 500 years old.
She does. She's a pretty hot lanthercyte, but we're only about, I don't know, 40 seconds into this one again, when once again the episode hits terminal annoyance with the blaring bed music. Yeah. I fly my sexy UFO. Oh no.
The next Paul Giamatti quote, he's still yelling at her while they're drinking tequila.
Our beautiful song by Oliver Reed from the Three Musketeers.
Okay, so the next one, he's yelling at her for sacrificing her son to save a crew, which Admiral already explained why it made no sense. Still, I mean, without the beginnings and the end of things, you could like get in a trauma loop.
Yeah, this is something that he has come up with on his own with no insight. This is sort of like me saying, like, I don't know. It's like, actually, I did do this. It's like when like spring comes and like bugs start to find their way in your house. Like one of the first things I do out of spite is buy the one that makes them unable to have sex. I'm like,
Oh,
fuck
so you
it,
make
I'm gonna
them get
their
married.
lives miserable. Yeah, yes, that's right. I throw tiny little insectoid wedding rings. I buy a bag of 5,000, and that ends them early in spring every year. And what's great is I can reuse half of them because the female cockroaches, they just leave. But I only have to sweep up the corpses of the male ones. They're off sometimes together. You know, what are you going to do? But at any rate, the Holly Hunter is not a case for marriage. Like, if someone has to fuck this bag of bones.
Yeah. So the next one, folks, and this is probably the most offensive one. So, warning.
If he's saying that, like,
yeah,
Alex Kurtzman is one of the most profane, pedantic, and like just absolute garbage tier filmmakers in all of America. Like, he covets the production quality of a trauma film.
I do not condone these words. I'm just quoting them. So here we go. I've seen, talking about the Furies or the furries, I've seen them pick a carcass clean, asshole and all. And I'm talking about a Klingon carcass. So yes, he said that these
So like, if it was a Betazoid, I would have been okay with it and maybe asked for, you know, hey, can I get a little bit of that? You know, Betazoid, you know, save me the white meat.
Well, so what he said was basically that these furries are going to come up and eat Gaden's.
By the way, I'm just going to answer, David. I'm sorry. Like, this is Holly Hunter's husband responding to the question. I'm sorry, Dave. I can't do her right now.
So, guys, at this point, I'm like, this is not. We've said this is not Star Trek 1,000 times. I could not think of one character.
Obsessed on driving that home, though.
I couldn't even think of a single character that would have, like, there would be no case. No case. Anyone who died 66 through 05, no one. 2009. The dad
who died was the only person who was ever be allowed in Starfleet.
But I've seen them pick a carcass clean, whole in all, and I'm talking about a Klingon carcass. What?
I think at that point,
you can't even put this on TV. You can't even put this on TV.
And honestly, certain Star Trek characters, including like Prime McCoy, was like, I knew you're from a primitive time, but the sailor talk really is more disconcerting than I imagined.
I just, you could see how I'm losing sources for words here, folks. I heard that, and I was like, wait, what? Was this supposed to be funny? Like a rear end eating joke? That's supposed to be funny? And do teens, are teens that aware of degenerate sexual activity?
That's why I said these are a bunch of weird problems, distractions, and stuff that, like, variations on sex that didn't even cross my mind until I was like late 30s.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like just getting sex like before then was like, oh my God, I managed to not screw that up.
Right.
It's like, I'll do whatever she tells me.
So there's no way this show is for young adults.
Buy her some jewelry too.
There is no way with statements like that this is for young adults. This is turning off regular adults who may even be aware that this is an activity, because you don't want to hear them talking like this in a TV show. What?
No, it's like the grossest sailor talk of all.
I was going to say, if you were sitting at a bar, you would like look at somebody who was saying this a little too loud so others could hear it. It just.
I live in New York. I used to go to bars a lot, and I've heard people curse and swear. And I have to say, if you could curse and swear to the point that you raise it into an art form, well, you know, that's one thing. But these aren't any kind of genius cursing. It's like, this is the guy who bought us like 2 whole minutes of contemplating, is it God's send or God's end? Oh, I can't.
Right.
and had the guy who was very offended about mech dysmorphia was going to be like someone that everyone could that girls who had bulimia could relate to. When he drills his own fucking eye out, and I feel like I needed to put on the Adidas jacket to make a serious point about how bad this was. It's my Teag on Pulse outfit.
and instead of getting, I love it. Instead
I've
of
heard a rumor that Stargate's coming back next month. I've heard a rumor that Star Trek Section 31 is being poorly received. Very controversial indeed. Very controversial.
So we're not even talking like that it has to be a deep Star Trek topic, right? This is just not appropriate speech to be put in a science fiction show. And I'm not trying to be puritanical here. The gentlemen know backstage.
Admiral Teag, incoming super chat.
Ooh,
hey, thanks. No problem. The Real Head Case with a generous $1.99. Welcome to the Q Continuum Super Chat, says Bar Fight Hologram Gremlin. I would honestly, the bars in this Star Trek,
they're all nightclubs.
It's been all downhill. The best one they ever showed us was in Trek 09, and that was kind of mundane. And it's been all downhill from there. And like basically, we just see the same bar and nightclub over and over because the bridge of the Discovery became the bar in Section 31 and is now the bridge of this ship.
It's weird. It's just weird.
It is weird. It's weird how the con where the captain sits becomes like other sets, and you can just tell. It's like, gee, why does that weird platform only have an inclined step up one way?
Yeah.
Oh, but it's a different room. It's not the bridge. Looks just like the bridge, but no, it's definitely a different room. They have a special room just for this. Yeah, exactly. It's just repulsive, buddy.
It's
and
tasteless.
By the way, thank you very much to the Real Head Case for the $1.99 super chat. I very much appreciate it. And yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, I was raised by a New York City cop. When I heard someone start cursing, believe me, it was poetic. Think of fucking beauty. And sometimes directed at me, punctuated by like a little kind of punk slaps that you give a little punk who's, growing up in Queens. Also got slapped around by the actual police for being a dick, when I was a kid. I mean, they didn't really. They had to kind of like slap you around and send you on your way approach rather than throw you in jail approach in the pre-90s. It was the late 80s where I came of age. It was very strange, sirs and madams, when I was like in middle of high school, late high school in the 80s. That was weird, It was like very strange indeed, sirs and madams. Going to see Do the Right Thing, and Darth Gideon is bugging out from Do the Right Thing, and like, who would ever think that was the same actor? And then when he went insane. Is his name Giovanni Stanton? Giovanni Stanton. When the guy who plays Moff Gideon went nuts and hated on the Vanilla fellas, like, did anyone think that Spike Lee's good buddy from Do the Right Thing would have any other fucking opinion? He's just a really good actor. He's not like anybody that you would want to like take advice from. Although, like, he might be perfectly fine living across the hall from, even with those views. You'd shake your head like when you hear him fucking talking crazy, but he probably wouldn't be the kind of guy who would steal your mail or anything like that. It seems all right, but it's just crazy ideas. It's crazy.
We do have four more quotes.
I've met a bunch of people like Gus. What can I tell you? Oh, I thought we were done with cursing. Let's go.
Okay, so the end of that scene, Paul Giamatti says to the Chancellor, "I'm honestly scared for you, babe." Yeah, okay. Current day speak. Next
very,
one.
Very true, Dave. Double dumbass on you is hilarious.
So this the last three are from the final conversation of the holographic message to her after Paul Giamatti has a complete victory. Okay.
Thanks for hanging in with us. We're about to wrap up. think we can pull this in at about the delusional smoke him if you got him 420 mark easily.
Yeah. So this next line, it's at that final conversation after Paul Giamatti has complete victory. He says in his rant that he's not in the same room with her in, I hate you because you think your way of life is better than mine. And you think that gives you the right to spread your own special strain of bureaucratic chlamydia.
Yeah, in your young adult
What?
show. I mean, like, this begs so many conversations you don't want to have with your young adult. It's like, they said this thing about Klingons. It's like, okay, your mother and I have tried that, but we've been married for over 30 years. You know? Which one of you? Don't ask, son. Don't ask.
You didn't see the batleth hung on the doorknob.
I just want to say, if you
a lack of mental sophistication. They're trying to write far higher than their actual intelligence level. I hate you because you think your way of life is better than mine. They have to just straight up deliver that to the audience. Just
I want to know, is there a way to
level of English?
Oh yeah, you know what, JT? We didn't talk about. There is a colonization comment in the early part of this.
We did.
Oh, did you talk about it?
We talked about the cover. I thought you were in on that one. We just
you might have had to step away.
It was the comment was Federation lies to get the poor boys to fight hard for the oppression and colonization or whatever it was.
Yeah.
It was
Of
like
the poor kids or something.
Yeah, and we're laughing because it's like, how many of these worlds are unoccupied? We just found out that only 8 billion humans have ever existed.
Right. And so then
Human race sprang into existence in 1966.
He says, I hate you, and exactly says why in the most plain English, smallest words you could. And then he says, you think it gives you the right to spread your own special strain of bureaucratic chlamydia. They had to make it a cheeky curse word because they don't actually know what the Federation is, and they don't understand politics, political science, or political theory. And so they don't know how to write that. They just want to be angry socialists, and this is what they don't know. That's what they want them to be.
About that either.
Yeah, that's what they want them to be. And
Brinkman's girl, I'll just say this: you're going to see the set on the wherever it was that you were playing, like Star Trek with your friends. You had a better Star Trek setup than they had on their fucking away mission.
Yeah. The next one, you lost here today because I see you. Like you're seen, you're recognized, you're heard. Total Zoomer speak. I don't really even understand what that means, other than I know that Zoomers want to be seen. There's nobody that watched the original series that's really going to understand that unless they've made a concrete effort to know what that means. Last one on the list. How's that for a trauma loop? My gift to you.
He keeps laughing. I think they had to go back and let him take a breath to continue the laugh. It was so much longer than the awkward laugh where they don't know what to do anymore in Austin Powers.
Admiral, could you do me a huge
Austin
favor?
Powers style.
I do have one thing I wanted to bring up. Could you go to the very end of the credits, like the very end, and just show the credits on the screen just before the SAG-AFTRA and the other union logos? It's like the second to last thing. Maybe I can find it because I had an important point that I wanted to bring up. Maybe I can.
I do remember something about the credits really weirded me out.
Yeah. So let me see here. Maybe I can find it.
By the time the credits roll, my mind is
have it.
Admiral Teag, incoming super chat.
Miskatonic Madman, thank you, my friend, sir.
I'm gonna share something out here real quick, Admiral. That'll just prove the point the fastest here. Let me get it here.
I see what I see.
What do we have here? Sorry, I'm
getting ready to sing.
Okay. Can you you put that up on the screen, or you could do whatever you like. Super chat.
Let's put this up on the screen. Is that everybody who had to be strapped together to make this?
So these are all the government institutions that they bamboozled to get money to make this episode. So you can see here
some of them on there
you
for
have
credibility.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Canadian governmental bodies gave money to make this episode.
A lot of British Commonwealth countries, New Zealand.
Yeah, then one in New Zealand. You had Norway was scammed out of something, allegedly. And then Copenhagen, Denmark. So you had 2 Scandinavian countries, New Zealand, and then 5 government institutions from the country of Canada that gave money to Alex Kurtzman to make this.
Or tax credits or something.
Did you get your money's worth, guys? Did you get your money's worth?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 socialist groups. Join the Kurtzman picnic.
Oh, this is all absolutely like the intersectional outreach and stuff. But Miss Katana gave me a $10 super chat of the flying pear. So you know what that means. Here we go. Look what's happened to Teag. I can't believe it myself. Suddenly I'm watching New Trek all night. It can't be good for my health. Believe it or not, it's a flying pear. I never thought no one would give one to me. Flying away, 'cause there's wings on that pear. Who could it be? Believe it or not, it's just Teag. I think Miskatonic Madman may have been the person responsible for me having that spontaneous song burst out the first time. I think he might have been the one who inspired it. But my song parodies I write on the spot. I still think failure can't pay the rent is the funniest one, but you know what? That one was starting to take such a vindictive term that I remember Sean being like, "All right, okay."
No, folks, just to be
really mean.
Just to be clear, I'm not trying to come on Admiral Teague's channel and take a stand on whether you think the government should give any type of money to the arts or culture or film or any of that.
On what it took to get the money and how they have nothing. This is hat in your hand begging, folks.
I'm out here just saying you need to talk to your local elected officials and say, we need some better guardrails around this, because however Alex Kurtzman got this money, you did not get what you paid for. There is no way. After we watched this for the last 3 hours together, I've made a case where you need to have different direction with these initiatives, because you got ripped off.
I could just hear the conversation in New Zealand. You know, it's like this Kurtzman guy wants money to satisfy our outreach for the trans community, and like, well, I mean, what does he want? And they're like, $2 million, sir. Like, give. You know what? How much did we get from USAID? $2 million, sir. Give him $20,000. Give him $20,000.
Yeah. In folks, so yeah, like I'm saying, I'm not taking a stance on this. It's not my channel. Whether you think the government should be giving money to the arts
how many
at all
masters
or not,
they have. This is valid. We have 23 executive producers putting their agenda in this, and now, like, we have all these different governments. It's not supposed to be state TV,
right?
Or one long PSA. However, I would point out it very much is. It very much is. This is one long PSA about diversity and DEI. We don't have to say, look at, there's the proof right there. Could you imagine if this show was a NASCAR racer with the producer names and all of this on it? It would be covered. Right. The person would be it'd be like, sir, we want to implant an extra head on you. It's like, why? So we can fit on more branding on a second helmet, sir.
Yeah.
Brains are better than one, sir. Sean did reviewed a movie about that last night.
So no,
movie.
Don't wear plaid might be funnier. I don't know. It's close.
And I want to know, and I think we can figure it out. The purse strings attached and the demands attached that help make this show what it is.
And the change purse attached that was snipped off the writer. Any male writer to do with this had his change purse snipped right off, in my opinion. I mean, geez. It's like, we're going to put these in the fridge so you can't be toxic and you can all have them back when you're done writing the episode.
Right. So,
I think I got his. Why? It's like my voice got higher.
This was just so frustrating because I know there's a lot of great people up in Canada and there's, very fine people in New Zealand. We know one, our TNZ.
And Carla Burton.
And Carla Burton, yes. Carla as well.
Yeah, some of our best friends are Canadian.
and New Zealanders. And we enjoyed the movie Wrecking Crew that was filmed in New Zealand, where it doubled for Hawaii with Tamura Morrison and Dave Momoa and Dave Bautista and basically every Maori person on the mainland. But it was a good movie. It was fun. It's just long enough, too.
It makes me so upset that this is where your money went. So outside of this,
we have speculated openly that only a kickback could make sense on this one. Sean, tactical.
Oh.
Admiral Teag, incoming super chat.
Radioactive with a very generous 5 Greenlandian greenback super chat says, this is precisely why Soy Track is anti-American, anti-family, and anti-normal. It's not a U.S.-based show. It's not real Star Trek. If they were going to go to a great exotic location to simulate a planet for one shoot, that's one thing. But yeah, they film it all in Canada and everywhere else to get their little tax breaks. And wherever Alex Kurtzman goes on vacation, he shows up at their Chamber of Commerce with his fucking paper cup asking for goddamn change. It's absolutely hateful anti-American bullshit. And guys, like up on Radioactive Super Chat. He deserves many likes. Many likes, and we got 14 votes, even though we put it up late in the show. We would have had 50 otherwise. Worst Star Trek ever? Wow, it's not even close. Yup, 57%. Wow.
Yeah.
Seen worse, 36%. You know what? Subjective and fair. It's about the right ratio of people. So, we're not disputing that you've seen worse. That's about the right ratio to make it taste, but kind of tilted in the direction of worse. And stream series 7%. Thank you.
Yeah, this show is not last week's show.
Keep voting.
Is it worse? Well, I had 7 pages of notes, and I probably could have gone longer if I wanted to get very pedantic. But all the stuff that Sean contributed, Germ contributed, the Admiral contributed. You really got to search your soul and ask yourself: is this worse than last week? Well. Pick out some criteria. Admiral, I would say it's worse than last week. It does more damage than last week. There's less to forgive. That one was horrible from a disgrace to just the way you would film things or tell a story. This was just willful incompetence, willful disregard for human life, willful rudeness in language. For all the stupid things that were said last week, at least the 3 dick jokes weren't mean-spirited in the way it was said. I don't know. I feel like this week's dialogue was way worse than last week's. And last week had Morning Wood in it.
Where was Ilya Dax in this episode? Wise warrior. She could have been some fucking help. And said, what is she back? Fucking letting the cellulite sucked out of her big fat ass.
Where's any of the crew? Where's any of that crew? The only people on that crew that were in episode 1 are the Marshal, the Chancellor, and Comrade Cadet Commissar, whatever her name is, that wears red all the time.
And OD'd fear,
and the doctor. I don't.
The doctor stepped into one scene, looked pensively, and said nothing. Nothing. I
Looked at her neck.
The fuck in.
Looked at her neck for like 5 seconds later on.
With his John Fluvog goddamn boots on, looking like a freaking dominatrix.
I would argue
really
it
has shamed himself with this.
A waste of money to put him in this episode.
He was filmed separately on another shoot for what he did here. It was part of another shoot.
Yeah.
Sean, I'm in the center chair. Oh, it was absolutely from another shoot. And this seems to be now just like things that Alex Kurtzman wants. Like he wants to go to New Zealand on vacation. He wants his John Fluvog shoes, and his wife wants them too. These are women's shoes, by the way, guys, the Fluvogs. And he's got everybody wearing them. He wants his Victrola. What next? Like Admiral Aki gets a whole bunch of other things that hover in value around $10,000 that he can sell on the street when he is out of a fucking job. We need a Wurlitzer jukebox.
So I'll ask this question again, Admiral. Who is this show for? Because whoever this show was for this week, sure as hell wasn't the one it was for last week.
It's for Alex Kurtzman. This show has no audience, no purpose, and no values, no core, no genre. You could have done an episode like you did, like with the lovey-dovey stuff as a whole episode in a 26-episode season and have like a B plot where they find like aliens who are spies or something like that. That would have been like what Enterprise would have done. Like if they wanted to do, like when Trip and T'Pol go to Vulcan, like there's a whole bunch of other stuff going on. It's pretty interesting. It's not a bad story, the Vulcan arc. I mean, if you didn't like the Vulcan arc, guys, we got the Klingon arc coming up. So it might be just a little worse, to be honest with you. The Vulcan arc is pretty good. I like the Vulcan arc. The Klingon arc the thing about the Klingon arc that perplexes me is that you didn't need it. It was unasked for.
Yeah, well, maybe. It was they at least gave it a shot. Look, I'm looking at thinking week 1. Week 2.
This is from a photograph. That's how his head looked.
Yeah. But
he does have tic-tac-toe on his head, Sean.
This episode is kind of like week 1 all over again, isn't it? Like, I'm trying to think the people that would like week 2 didn't like week 1. The people that liked week 3 didn't like week 1. But the people that like week 3 aren't going to like week 6 like this is. The people that like week 5, I don't know who they are. I didn't find any on YouTube, but hypothetically they exist. But they are not going to like this week.
I apologize.
Or they're not the same person, right? Because this is not made for a general audience. They're making it for specific audiences. And each episode is made for a different specific audience. And because none of them overlap.
Admiral Teag,
you're right, Admiral.
Incoming super chat.
Nice shot, Carter. DC's blank screen in a Broderick's empty chair with Mini Spock had more real Star Trek in them. That's absolutely 100% true, Radioactive. And thank you so much. You're a member of the Cute Continuum tonight. Your super chat is 100% true. And like, what do we have? Look what they did with their low effort alien. I mean, to your point, like, this isn't Star Trek. This is not a Star Trek looking alien with tic-tac-toe played across his fucking head. Who cuts your hair? I mean, like, this is the only Star Trek character that I can see going toe-to-toe with this asshole would be like outrageous Acuna. It's like when he does this whole thing about like teen tenders in space, like Acuna would be like, who cuts your fucking hair? And then with the next line, Acuna would just phase him out of existence.
There's some discussion out there on a couple places I've seen it where they think that they tried to make a character that is like 2/3 the Joker and 1/3 Lex Luthor, and try to make that a character in Star Trek.
Yeah, absolutely. He has absolutely nothing in common with either one.
Oh, right, but that's what they think they're writing.
I would point out that Radioactive is completely correct, though. The Spock action figure sitting on the chair as a protest, like that just shows like we could still save it. 14, yeah, only 1,300 or 13, whatever it was, 13,000 people, I think it was, watched that Star Trek live feed, and Nerdrotic blew it away. There are the people watching Nerdrotic during the drop. Those were the real Star Trek fans. The people listening to Doomcock, the people who watching the videos from Disparu. And he was brilliant again with 2 videos on this episode. Brilliant again this week. Just absolutely great stuff. They're the real Star Trek fans. The people who are piling up the view counts. Paramount Plus, you're paying how much attention to how much people care about Star Trek. They just won't watch Alex Kurtz when they want him gone, but they care about Star Trek. Look at my screen. This is what's called Star Trek being successful. And Wes Cagle, look at that. Here's the audience.
Admiral Teag, incoming super chat.
I would actually say you got to go with the it's called the trans pride flag, because every gay person I know is offended by this fucking show. I don't know. Sean, do you know any? Have you talked to any of your friends?
Yeah, I know myself.
The gay man that's within Sean, and we're not talking about Mr. Pride.
You are heard. You are seen.
We reach.
Oh, thank you.
We've been reviewing We've been reviewing New Trek so long that the entire panel is now gay.
But West, I would kind of disagree that it is made for that audience. I don't speak for them; they're all individuals. But if you're going to identify the flag as a group, the younger ones, 1, don't have an attention span for a 62-minute episode. 2, a lot of them don't have the money for Paramount Plus. 3,
it only makes sense when you put up the people, like between the producers and the people who put up the money and the tax breaks to make it, like special interest groups within the government. Like some of it's like slightly dark money, right? How many of those executive producers' wives are like a minister for Canada or some shit like that?
Yeah, the older ones don't like this because they saw real Star Trek, and they have some modicum of taste as well because they had to grow up in a world where everything wasn't catered to an ideology that they had to subscribe to. You know, it wasn't their entire life identity for many people. They have enough discernment to know that this is really bad. So you're not going to get an older audience because you just call those Trek fans. You're not going to get a younger audience that's never seen Trek because it's too long and too expensive. So who are you going for?
I know that they stick the landing for Jesse Gender, pun intended. Jesse Gender loved it.
Jesse also got early screenings. So I'll ask you how impartial that opinion is.
It's my opinion that the ad opinion is bought and paid for. Gary said last night if they gave him like $300 million, he would go out there and direct like the whatever the Budweiser Tauntaun commercials. I guess it's a similar thing. I mean, Holly Hunter and Paul Giamatti, what did they do in Hollywood? What did they do in Hollywood to end up in this situation where they had to be in the wokiest of woke shows, acting completely ridiculous, stereotypical of like the races that these species are analogous for? Like, it's so maudlin. It's so bad. And it's really just frenetic and crazy. And it's just like, okay, we have this plot point that we can build around the request from the Trans Incorporation Society of New Zealand. And it's just like, the scripts are so dumb because all they care about is pandering up enough money to make it.
Yeah.
I think that it's now written for the people who found a way to funnel some government money towards this. It's like, I guess some wild minister in Canada is just like, now that I'm fully transitioned, I'm spending all my time on activism, and I think that funding an episode of Star Trek is exactly what's right for the people of Alberta or whatever,
Oddly, I was actually looking for Alberta on there, and they were curiously absent. I really thought that they would have been whole hog on this effort, too.
I just don't think it went far enough for them.
Oh,
I think it was just too mild for the Albertans.
Okay.
By the way, just no shade. We're only kidding if you live in Alberta, but we sometimes do bring it up just for fun because we have like the possibility of a breakaway nation in North America. And I checked again. Did you guys see? It's down to like 15%. They are not going to get the signatures, is my prediction. Do we start a betting pool right now like they do on my Monday Night Football? Like 5,000 Quatlus says they do not get enough signatures for the referendum for the question to be introduced in their state house, where it will then be.
Well, let's do it in the heart of this show. I'll bet you a gamma shift.
What would that be?
Well, in the show that they were betting gamma shift duties.
Oh, that's right.
I'll bet you 6 months, the rest of the year of my shore leave, that they do get the signatures. And it's talked about for like a day on the floor, and it doesn't make it out of whatever committee proceedings they have in that province. So will
there be what's the other word for a fiddle?
You lost me there.
Violin. Will there be a concerto when this doesn't go down? Will there be fiddles in the streets? Will there be pitchforks and torches? Will there be violins?
There'll probably be violins. Yeah. Probably.
Is some nutbag just going to go out there and start screaming in the street and end up 5150 hold or something like that? Honestly, like some of the I've looked at some of these threads for this one, and people are really staked in on that. And like the more like people look at it, yeah, you know what? I don't think they get enough signatures. Like the government is doing a really good job of making what it seems to be an honest case. This was my assessment looking at it. All treaties with the Guardians nullified. That means you own 0% of your own land. You've got to renegotiate. If the Guardians don't like and they stay citizens with Canada and their deals with Canada, if Canada starts a negotiation to let the Guardians go out, they'll spin them off on their own. Now, it's only like 2% of their territory is Guardian reservations, but if the treaties are nullified, that means it's 100%. And if they don't like the deal that they get from the government of Canada, they can go back to the original signatory of the treaties, the British Crown, who, like, something tells me Keir Starmer is going to be very, very friendly towards them and give them everything they want. So, like, well, if they get
if he's around.
If he's around, but I mean, it seems like that government's going to stay that way for a little while. Like, I don't know if they've finished their cycle of weirdness yet, although you would think with a parliamentary system it would end sooner. But as we see with Tachyon Pulse, there are people over there who seem to support it. Maybe Keir Starmer is going to be like there for like months. He's already there longer than that woman who lasted 2 weeks.
Well, they've gone through 10 prime ministers in the last 15 years, including the interims.
It's like the Jets quarterback situation. I think Sam
it really is just another name. It's just another face of the Hydra over there. It doesn't fucking matter who
the
their
last
PM
prime
is.
minister that mattered for them was Joe Namath.
Anyway, guys,
make Sam Darnold the prime minister of the UK, and it'll be fine. Maybe true. And by the way, guys, I don't think he's really smart, but I'm all for Marco Rubio for president, because then the Cuban Empire can extend back into North America. We lost Canada, but we can get America.
Yeah. Admiral, you brought up something talking about other nations and stuff. I'll bring up what I brought up in our private chat on X is I found a YouTube channel that was Portuguese, and they were reviewing the episode, and I went through the comments.
I went through them too. I saw it the next day. You posted it at like 1 a.m. and I was watching the episode already and put my phone down. I fell asleep during the episode. It was so stupid. I fell asleep when they were killing the guy. That's how compelled I was. And what was funny was the second time I had to watch it, it was so offensive that Paramount Plus just somehow went to the 30% faster speed. But don't ask me how it happened. God. Oh.
But so if anyone out there is wondering, it's just these American haters and boomers and istophobes and stuff. Go look at another foreign language YouTube channel and watch the reviews of Trek.
The comments were exactly the same.
If you look at the comments and just click translate, this is universally fucking hated. Everyone across the world hates us. They're making the same jokes, the same observations we're making.
They have talked about how in the chain of comments Sean found in a Portuguese YouTube channel, I was able to translate them. It was like every father has taken off was in there. No man ever sticks around. That was heresy to Deep Space Nine. But the most outrageous thing, sirs and madams, is that, and I don't know if I've broken this to the panel yet, but we found this out talking to Germ. I don't know if you guys heard this one. Do you know why the justification is for not showing Avery Brooks's face? It's not that they didn't want to give him the money. Guess what they cooked up for that?
Who knows?
Bajorans don't want you to make a picture of the prophet.
Yeah, Teag, I talked about this on your stream
on
Tuesday.
Stream on Tuesday.
Yeah.
So they have now flipped them.
said,
they used to be space. They used to be Jewish people in space. Now they're Palestinian. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, they said that they took away all the images of Cisco because he's too revered of a prophet, which is why they don't show his face in
what
the children's book or on the screen.
When he put his face on
I don't know. I also wanted to bring up that concerning point about the Cisco family restaurant because they definitely had shellfish and bacon on the menu.
Yeah.
You know what?
Which is not allowed in the Bajoran religion.
This might be something we would do on my Tuesday show where I would go to the Portuguese Star Trek thread. Maybe Sean can send me the link again.
I'll see if I can get some screenshots, but
I also I have to delete Reddit forced cream pie from my browser history. Whatever that means.
Now, do you think people will go out there and say this is the best episode yet? I think you will get a contingent. Will say
Weirdo Jesse Gender will love it. Weirdo Jesse Gender will love it. Mary Trump will love it. Dave Blass on X will tacitly endorse one thing about it that's defensible. Like he'll say he loved Holly Hunter's cabin. Something he'll find something very, very mild to endorse. But he's pretty reasonable. He directed Unification, so he's not some kind of nut. Like he knows that he might have to work for them again, but he doesn't trash them, but he doesn't go out on limbs. Jesse Gender will love it, and I can't think of anyone else. I think that Dr. Trek will probably hate it. We know that Professor R2 and Price of Reason will almost definitely hate it. I'm pretty sure my pal Trev Retro hated it. We know Phobos was here hating it. We were surprised we got a decent amount of people, but this is about the same amount of people as my usual Thursday show. So we definitely, it seems like, I don't know about Jump the Shark and they could reoffend us and they're winding up for an ending. They should consider what Paramount Plus did and show episodes 9 and 10 in one night. What are we up to next? 7? Just do 7, 8, 9, and 10 in one night. Drop them all. I think that would be the best thing that they could do. Paramount is now making me wonder about what is going on in their brains. I had
it's contracted. They have no choice, I think.
You think I was on to something? You think I nailed it with that? They have to show it and they're buying it.
They can't change it.
And they don't want anyone else. I've heard it's being changed. That's the Tachyon Pulse's news story, and JDA Talks is wondering on it. So that seems to be how it works. Tachyon floats the balloon, and then JDA ponders it.
Well, like they're gonna dump the rest of the episodes in one go.
He talked about season 2 being canceled. Tachyon
season 2 will be dumped in one fell swoop. They're not going to not air it.
Be edited. I also heard things. Tachyon said things are being edited out, and the worst of the woke stuff is going to be out of there. So if I don't have to watch some guy suck, some other guy's elbow,
2 Klingon wieners.
Yeah, I mean,
The weenus on the elbow.
that is the kind of thing that Alex Kurtzman loves and wants. Guys, I guess this will give you insight into how much I've seen this before. When I was 20 years old, I took LSD and went to a club in New York City called the Limelight. Okay. I lived a wild life. I probably shouldn't have done it. It wasn't the smartest thing I ever did, and I don't recommend anyone do it. And since the Limelight doesn't exist, I'm in no danger of anyone repeating this. But I took LSD and I went to the Limelight on Halloween with my friends. And for Halloween, it was Blood and Guts night at the Limelight. And I had like special access, so Kurtzman was probably fucking there. Like I knew some people there, and like I had like I got right in. And, you know, I'm in the VIP lounge, and as I walked through the VIP lounge into the back bar of the Limelight, and the Limelight was a Gothic style church.
Admiral, did he fuck you? I'm just
he fucked me with this episode. I mean, figuratively, yes. But he probably hit me up for some drugs. I mean, I'm sure if he was there. I think Kurtzman was probably one of those club kids where the guy at the door was like, "You are just too much of a square, no way," and like he just carries that pain with him everywhere he goes. But when I walked into the Limelight on Halloween, the thing that was confronted me was in the room leading to the back bar. There was like this lounge type room, and it was huge because it's the size of a cathedral. Like it was gigantic. The Limelight was huge. It's in the Bad Lieutenant. Check it out. It's giant. So I'm in this just as big as 4 regular bars, and walk into the back bar of the Limelight, and there are these large plexiglass like boxes made of hockey glass and
transparent aluminum.
Yeah, and inside every one of them there was hetero set up couples, and they were fucking, but it was filled up halfway to the top with chicken gizzards.
Oh God! Are you?
And as I walk by, I'm like, I'm all on LSD and everything, and I'm like, I grab my friend and I'm like, "What the fuck?" And he's like, "Oh, this is every Halloween." And I look up and there's this big sign and it says, "Welcome to Blood and Guts Night." And I'm walking around like, and I'm just like now I'm starting to peek out because it's so fucking weird. And yeah, like this is what I think was the inspiration for Kurtzman Trek. I mean, I feel like whenever I see a new episode of Kurtzman Trek, and this started with Section 31, I'm like, it's Blood and Guts Night at the Limelight. 1989.
Well, everyone's learned something about Admiral Teag tonight.
Then I went to the Limelight on Halloween in 1989, and it was Blood and Guts Night, and I saw people having sex in a giant pile of chicken gizzards. I also went to the club, The Vault, and it was the weirdest place I'd ever been. I went there to hang out, get wasted, and see crazy stuff because I live in New York, so I can. And it was like one of these weird places. And you know what? I'll tell that story some other time. It's just too crazy. I'll tell you guys about it. It's too crazy. This story is too insane. I feel like now I have to tell it, but I won't. You know what? Let's just.
I need a shower.
Yeah, right. Let's figure out what our audience thinks. Worst Star Trek ever? Yup, 57%. Seen worse? 36%. Like, stream, see results, 7%. We got 14 votes. Gonna end the poll now. I'm gonna say that I think it is probably the very worst episode of Star Trek, the worst Star Trek story. And Disparu said last week in his video that came out a couple of days after ours that it was the worst episode of Star Trek ever, the worst ever story ever called Star Trek. So we got almost instant validation from Disparu. I have a funny feeling that he will say that this one is worse again.
Oh, and yeah, I watched his review. He's got an hour-long dissection.
Did you notice that he qualified that Strange New Worlds is more destructive, but this is worse?
Yeah, and I'll
agree.
I'll put my thoughts out when we do our final thoughts here because I've got a pretty good rant.
Oh, I think we're there. Go ahead, rant away, my friend.
Okay, all right, here we go. I gotta play the fucking music. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of people online on X saying this is finally the Star Trek we needed, and you know what? This is. I'm gonna turn that down.
Yeah.
This is essentially like if you were walking through a desert, no water for 5 or 6 days, and you come upon a toilet bowl and someone peed in it. And you've got a choice whether you're going to drink the pee water or just expire. You're going to say this is the most tasteful water you've ever had. And that, I think, is what these people that are liking this show, they just don't know what they're starved of. The show had enormous plot holes. We had a grinding sex scene in the beginning. We had a hologram who needed a life environment plasma suit who doesn't breathe. We had stupid 20th century diatribes from a Klingon Tellarite hybrid. I mean, it goes on and on and on. Everything about this goddamn show was wrong. It was stupid. At best, it was a mimicry of an action Star Trek movie. There was no science fiction here. There was nothing to think about. There was nothing that made us ponder anything. This is not Star Trek. And you could say the same thing about, season 6, 7 of Deep Space Nine. It was just kind of battles and, a war. Okay, cool. You got to earn those stories. The whole core of Star Trek is science fiction. There was none here. It was stupid, flashy tech stuff. And that's all it was. And it was stupid tech stuff. None of it made sense. We've gone over most of it, but believe it or not, in 4 hours now, we haven't even touched on all of the idiocracy that was in this fucking abomination. And I take task to anyone out there who's hearing me who thought this was an okay episode or this is a step in the right direction. It is not. All this was the same shit we've always seen, except it didn't have as much gay crap in it. That's all it was. And to be sure, there was gay crap in it, you guys. We had the knee touch from the Klingon. We had the Caleb in the beginning is just emasculated to hell. She just owns him. It is shit. It's absolute shit. Fuck this show. And as my name says under my thing there, fuck you, Kurtzman.
Wow.
That's all I have to say about that.
You ran through 2 full rounds of the unhinged music. That's a record.
Built up.
Now both your panelists went on a rant. So
both my panelists went on at least 6 to 12 minute rants because that's how long the unhinged song is, and both of them ranted through the whole song and started it again. In JT's case, it was on his third playing. Yeah, I mentioned to Wes Cagle in the chat, you were on fire for 10 United States dollars. Thank you, sir. You are an absolute prince and a member of the Q Continuum. Admiral, I went to the Limelight and I saw a band called the Jenny Torturers. Jen and Torturers. They're a BDSM band that has live Scorcher on stage. Was the most fucked up show I ever saw. The Limelight was a crazy, fucked up, and insane nightclub that was inside a desanctified cathedral. The cathedral was maybe Episcopalian or some shit like that. And I'm telling you, stuff like doing cocaine in the choir lofts.
Yeah, we got to go to Jersey and party with Wes Cagle, man. I'm telling you.
The Limelight is in Manhattan. It's gone now. It's a fucking supermarket.
Yeah, I know, but Wes Cagle can party. We got to go.
West Cagle Lake has had a wild. West Cagle and I seem to have been in the same place at least 2 or 3 times without knowing it. Like West Cagle, if we had known each other back then, we would have like met up in the back of the limelight, done like a few blasts, and then like gone and found Kurtzman. And none of this we would never have gotten to this point. Could you imagine time after time with like West Cagle and Admiral Teag? It's like go back and like find our younger selves, like Bill and Ted. It's like you have to find this guy. It's like show them a picture of Kurtzman, like. Who the hell is even that? It's like don't worry about it. Just find him. Just find him.
I got a party with West.
When you get to New York, he's not super far away.
Yeah, we gotta make that happen.
He's closer to Phil. He's actually. I looked like it's equidistant from like New York and Philly. Like it's not a big difference. So I don't know. Like I would rather go to New York, but just although if I want to see the homeless people from New York last week, I go to Philly. If I want to see last week's New York's homeless people, I'll just go to Philly. I've never. They're smoking crack right outside the Independence Hall. It's fucking crazy. So
it's like San Francisco.
But America didn't start in San Francisco. You don't walk out like swelling with American pride, and like as you walk like 40 paces, you look to the left, and like there's like a guy beating his fucking wife, and like a couple of people smoking crack, pushing a fucking shopping cart full of cans. Fuck! I was like, fuck. It's like maybe we were too hasty. Maybe we should call the British. Wes is down for it. We're good. That has to include a trip to Citi Field. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Or a Mets Phillies game. Who knows? Although we get murdered there in our Mets hat. We can protect West Cagle with the Phillies hat. New York is far more genteel. The greatest freak show on earth is free to see on the New York City subway. That is still true. Yeah, it's still pretty true. And it probably was like much worse during the week. It finally has melted off, and I have to be all over the place and all over town tomorrow. So I'll let you know tomorrow night. It looked like it was finally just normal outside. It's 25 now. It feels like 70 compared to what we've been through. I don't know. It's just,
right. Oh, yeah, it has felt nice. It has felt nice.
We've had 80-degree temperatures, but today I went out in my garage and my water heater was destroyed, so I get to pay $2,700 tomorrow to get that replaced.
Oh Jesus!
Yeah. The heater went out during the freeze, so that was about $2,200, and now I'm out another $27.
Have you thought about holding a gun on the appliances and telling them to just get the job done?
Yeah, I have, but the castle doctrine, they just pull one back on me.
Like, this is our closet. Thank you.
You're like, you're in Texas, dude. We got one too.
Yeah, like I said, as I end the show, I used to think that I'd have to go to Jordan to get rid of my wife if I ever got into a bad marriage again. But I found out there's like 25 states where you're not responsible for your misfire. Anyway, you know her, you love her. She's Sydney Sweeney. I told that joke on purpose that way. It takes a minute to sink in because it's kind of insane. Well,
I had a friend who moved from Maryland to Alaska to California, and he said, Sean, there's a reason I move every 6.5 years, because he was with the same girl for the whole time. He's like, that's when common law marriage kicks in.
I thought it was 10, and you should move to New York. You could stay here for an extra 3 years. It's 10. It's 10. I remember my friend and his girlfriend, like they were never breaking up. They didn't give a shit about getting married, and they were just living together for so long that it dawned on them that they were approaching common law, and they bolted to get married. And they're like, what's the big deal? And they're like, it just sounds like shit. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, you know her, you love her. She's part of every show. I think you've earned her. The concurrence will tick back up because every time Sydney Sweeney's on screen. But this is where it started. Okay, where it started, and where it's at. Okay, that's just I can't think of any other better way to put it. I mean, and we stopped off here for a little while. This is where we were.
We love you guys.
this is where we're, and now we're in a much worse place. It's, you know what? We'll be back next week to chronicle the further downfall of society, and we love you all. So you know what?
Shut up!
Sorry, sir, Mr. General, sir.
Can I finish